Good morning. I call to order the County of Placer Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 10, 2012 at 9:01 a.m. We will begin today with the flag salute led by County Executive Officer David Bosch. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, David. We'll now have statement of meeting procedures read by our clerk of the board, Ann Holman.
Welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors meeting of Tuesday, July 10th, 2012. Agendas are available on the wall outside this meeting room. If you are here to speak on an issue not appearing on the agenda, you may do so during the public comment period. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker. The board is not permitted to take action on items addressed under public comment. When you speak, clearly state your name and address for the record. All items on the agenda will be open for the public to address before final action is taken. There's a 3-minute time limit per speaker, which will be monitored by a timer on the podium. If there is a person speaking on behalf of a group with no other testimony from another member of the group, please identify yourself as such, and your time may be extended at the pleasure of the board. Keep in mind that the chairman has discretion of limiting the total discussion time on any item. If you are hearing impaired, we have listening devices available. It is requested that all pagers and cell phones be either turned off or put in the silent mode. Thank you for your participation and cooperation.
Thank you, Ann. Now is the time for public comment. Anyone may address the board on items not on today's agenda. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within that 15 minutes, we will take public comment up again at the end of the agenda. Please come forward if you would like to make any public comment and identify yourself. All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. We will move to supervisor committee reports. I see no supervisor committee reports. Moving right along. We'll be moving to the consent agenda in that case. Is there anyone who would like to raise any item on the consent agenda? Items 17 through 28, they are recommended for approval by the CEO's office. This would be a single roll call vote. All right. All right. All right, then. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? All those in favor? Aye. Oh, roll call. I'm so sorry.
Holmes, Duran, Wygant, Bueller, Montgomery.
Yes. Thank you. All right. We will move now to our first departmental item, which is item number 9, Administrative Services Procurement. Brett Wood presenting. Good morning, Brett.
Good morning, Chairwoman. Supervisors, I'm here with you today on item number 9A, which is the fog seal emulsion bid. This is something that we have bid several times. When we sent out a renewal notice this time to the vendor, they declined to renew and requested that we rebid it due to the increases in the material costs. When we worked with the department to issue the bid, we had a substantially lower amount of product to actually be bid based on the department's expected needs. Due to that and the increases in the market, which through 2011 and then through the current year have gone up about 40% for the asphalt products, our pricing came in about 52% higher than what we expected. This is consistent with both the price indexes, with the price increases that they had for materials, as well as the fact that with a smaller quantity, we were going to pay a little bit more of a premium for the delivery. With that, we worked with the department, and the combined recommendation is to recommend approval for this bidder in the amount which is Valley Slurry Seal of West Sacramento in the amount of $300,000. Now, we did have an extremely low response rate to this bid, so we reached out to the last vendors that had bid on the prior one and requested of them why did they not respond to us, and they indicated that they already had several state projects and would not be able to compete for this one or meet our requirements for delivery. So with that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. We're with item 7B. I'm here today to request a renewal of our blanket purchase order with Staples. We're utilizing a cooperative contract through the National Joint Powers Association. Our office supplies usage over the past several years has been decreasing. We have been using more generic products over name brand products, and that's resulted in a lower a lower requested amount, as well as we've been consistently looking for ways to optimize our usage of office supplies. We're continuing to do that process even now, and we're looking at other items that can assist us. The cooperative contract we're using provides a rebate to the county based on our annual usage, and it also has saved us about 3% versus the other cooperatives that we've looked at. With that, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll move on to item 10, Board of Supervisors, Placer County Charter Review Committee. Becky Reagan presenting.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Becky Reagan from the County Executive Office. The next item before your board this morning is to approve the appointment of applicants for the 2 at-large seats on the Placer County Charter Review Committee. As your board is aware, the charter establishes the county's level of decision-making and contains provisions that guide the county's organizational structure, including the duties and responsibilities of its elected and appointed officials. Placer County voters first approved the charter in 1980, and the provisions require your board to convene a review committee every 5 years. As the last review occurred in November 2007, it is again time to establish a committee to develop and make recommendations to your board for any amendments to the charter document. The committee must hold 2 public hearings prior to final recommendations to your board, and the proposed changes must be submitted to the voters in the form of ballot measures. The Charter Review Committee will consist of 7 members, 1 appointed by each board member, and along with the 2 at-large members appointed by board consensus. We have 3 individuals who have applied for these positions: Mr. Jim Gray, Mr. Todd Nishikawa, and Mr. Richard Burton, Esquire, not to be confused with Dr. Richard J. Burton, who was the Director of Health and Human Services. Their applications are included in your board packets for your review, and with that, I turn the item over to your board for discussion.
Any questions from the board? Becky, I did have a couple of questions on these. Mr. Gray was the only one who indicated his residence on his application. Can you tell me where Mr. Nishikawa and Mr. Burton reside?
Yes, I can. Give me just one moment.
Yeah. Is he a resident of the city of Auburn?
Well, I don't see that detail in my paperwork.
Okay, and then Mr. Burton,
Rockland.
okay, and is that the city of Rockland or the greater Rockland area?
He is in the city of Rockland, yes.
Okay, thank you. We have in front of us 2 positions, 3 individuals. One of the questions that I was trying to recollect myself and didn't come up with an answer is the charter, as I understand it, applies to people within the unincorporated areas of the county, not within the incorporated cities. Is that correct?
I'll turn to Jerry for that answer.
No, the charter does apply to the incorporated and the unincorporated area. The unincorporated area votes on the charter, and some of the provisions relating to elected officials affect positions that the incorporated residents would vote on.
Thank you for that clarification, because that was not something that I remembered definitively. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd move approval of the appointments of Jim Gray and Richard Burton.
I'm sorry, Ann? It's been moved and seconded, Jim Gray and Richard Burton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? Any abstentions? All right, motion carries. Thank you. Being just short of 9:15, we will move to item 11, Board of Supervisors acting in its capacity as successor agency to the former redevelopment agency. Ray James presenting.
Good morning. Item 11 is a report for information only and is in two parts. Part 1 relates to the disposition of former redevelopment agency-owned properties. As your board is aware, effective February 1st, 2012, the Placer County Redevelopment Agency was dissolved pursuant to the California Supreme Court's ruling on AB 126, or the Dissolution Act. One of the legal effects of the Dissolution Act was to transfer all of the agency's assets to your board, serving in its capacity as successor agency to the former redevelopment agency. Under the Dissolution Act, the successor agency is required at the direction of the Placer County Oversight Board to dispose of former agency assets or properties expeditiously and in a manner aimed at maximizing value. Proceeds from these sales are to be distributed in the same way as normal property tax proceeds, and the properties returned to the tax rolls. Additionally, the Placer County Board of Supervisors approved transferring the housing function and all housing assets to Placer County for management by the Community Resource Development Agency. The former redevelopment agency purchased 22 parcels located at 10 sites in the Kings Beach area. They are listed individually in your board packet on page, I believe, 192. With the suggested disposition from staff, on July 23rd, the Oversight Board will meet and give the Redevelopment Department staff its direction as to the disposition of those properties. Staff recommends that 11 of the 22 parcels be sold. However, I'd like to highlight that just a few of the properties which staff is recommending either be retained for a period of time before selling or not selling at all. Looking at the list of parcels, the parcels which are identified as contaminated are former gas station sites currently under a state of California cleanup plan through the Polanco Act, which limits our liability. The cleanup plan has another 4 to 6 years to conclusion. Staff recommends selling those properties once those sites are clear of contamination. Also note that 4 other sites have been identified as critical to the implementation of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Improvement Project. For the location of those needed parking lots are needed to offset, the loss of on-street parking. We're recommending that these parcels be retained by the successor agency and eventually Placer County, since they serve a government purpose in meeting those needs of the Kings Beach Commercial Core Project. Moving on to Part 2. Part 2 pertains to providing a preliminary summary of new legislation which is still being analyzed for its implications. Last Wednesday, June the 27th, as part of the 2012 state budget, the governor signed AB 1484 into law. The primary purpose of this bill is to make amendments to the Dissolution Act in order to clarify issues that arose from early implementation. Not only does AB 1484 contain significant new implementation activities, it also imposes several new reporting deadlines with financial penalties for late submittals. Further, it greatly expands the review period of the Oversight Board actions by the Department of Finance from 10 days to 40 days. The bill also creates a new program called a Finding of Completion, which results in a letter of completion prepared by the Department of Finance. It is issued when the Department of Finance is satisfied that all the applicable assets have been accounted for and liquidated under a plan to liquidate. Additionally, the bill gives the County Auditor Controller and the Department of Finance additional powers and authorities to assure disposition and distribution of all appropriate former redevelopment agency assets are returned to the taxing entities and put back on the tax rolls. Because AB 1484 was enacted less than 2 days after it appeared in bill form, there's been little time for a complete interpretation. Staff will continue to inform your board of dissolution elements as they are understood and evaluated. That concludes my report. Are there any questions?
Kirk, your light is on. Is that from the last item? Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions from the board? Just to be clear on this, none of these properties are what are known as the Stephen K. Brown properties. Is
No,
that-
there are not.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that because that question came up from a number of constituents in the Tahoe area. All right, seeing no other questions, is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this or have any questions? All right, thank you very much. This requires no action. We will move to our 9:15 timed item, which is Public Works Community Development Block Grant Program Income Reuse Plan. Ken Graham presenting.
Good morning, Chairwoman
Ken.
and members of the board. My name is Ken Grimm with the Department of Public Works. Today, we're asking you to adopt a revised Community Development Block Grant Program Income Reuse Plan. That's a mouthful. The county's been a recipient of CDBG funds for various job growth and housing programs throughout the years. Some of those funds have been used to make loans to various programs and individuals, either to upgrade a business, to upgrade a house, or to make first-time home buyer easier. In addition to that, it's been used to upfront costs for various infrastructure. In this county, we received a large grant to widen Highway 49 between Luther and New Airport Road. CDBG funds help make that happen. As a condition of that, developers in that area will pay a portion of that back when they develop over time. And so historically, there have been 4 accounts. There's been a first-time home buyers, home rehabilitation, a business assistance, and a community facilities pot. And originally, those were all 25% of the money we received went into each one of those pots. Today, we're asking for some revisions. First off, the community facilities pot is no longer valid under CDBG guidelines. We're talking about removing that. The business assistance, you have previously undid that or dissolved that. We're talking about reinstituting that. It's a great opportunity, particularly with the fact that a large portion of the income is going to be coming back, we believe, through this Highway 49 facility benefit district. And so the new ratios that we're proposing, 20% first-time home buyers, 25% housing rehabilitation, 60% business assistance is what we're proposing today, about a 60-40 split between job growth and housing. And so with that, we want to reaffirm the need for us to, we're doing a sidewalk improvement project in Sheridan between the school and a mobile home park. That was approved a long time ago. We want to reaffirm that under the new structures and new CDBG guidelines. And with that, we have Steve Brown with the former Redevelopment Agency, happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions from the board? Comments? Seeing none, we're being asked to adopt a resolution approving revisions to the Community Development Block Grant Program Income Reuse Plan. What's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Steve. We will move to our next department item. Item 12, this will be a roll call vote, Facilities Services, Clinic Behavioral Health Integration Project. Joel Swift.
Good morning,
Welcome.
Chairwoman Montgomery, members of your board. Joel Swift, Deputy Director of Facility Services. I have with me in the audience as well today Jim Ganley and Mark Starr from Health and Human Services. Should your board have any questions regarding the operation of this facility. The recommendation in front of your board today is a budget revision that creates a new capital project in the amount of $1,155,000 for the Clinic Behavioral Health Integration Project, project number 4888. And that is a remodel of the community clinic and would support the integration of behavioral health with primary care services. And the funding for that is $945,000 in Mental Health Services Act funding and $210,000 in net county cost. The community clinic is, this location is in Auburn at 11583 C Avenue in Placer County Government Center. And with the increases in patient care and the clinic's proposed remodel, we'll expand the facility to accommodate this integration with the goal of improving patient care. The remodel includes consolidation of behavioral health services in the front of the clinic, additional exam rooms, and relocation of the current pharmacy from the existing building to an adjacent vacant building. And that will create a separate pharmacy waiting area. The Capital Projects Fund currently has another project number 4752, the Community Clinic Improvements. This project was intended to address the facility upgrades, and we were moving ahead with that project when, in February, HHS Community Clinics presented an application for state and federal funding to the Integrated Behavioral Physical Health Remodel. And in April, that funding application was approved. No comments were received from a public posting, and the project was approved for award, which allocates $945,000 from the Mental Health Services Act / Prop 63 funding for this facility. So in order to proceed with the project, your board is requested to create a capital project for the Clinical Behavioral Health Integration Project, number 4888, and approve the budget revision appropriating $210,000 from the Community Clinics Improvements Project, number 4752, to this new project, 4888, with the remainder of the funds, $945,000, coming from the grant. So again, I have Mark Starr and Jim Ganley from Health and Human Services, and we'd be happy to answer any questions your board may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? I had just a couple. When was the clinic initially constructed?
This facility is part of the DeWitt Hospital Building 43.
Okay, and when was it last remodeled?
We've had some minor renovations for there's two wings engaged. The initial facility is in what we call Building 117. We've done some improvements in the last couple of years. The facility that this is going into was actually the former district attorney's offices. So that was remodeled, I would say, about 18 years ago.
Okay, so this is a structure built in 1943 and remodeled about 2 decades ago.
That's correct.
Okay, and are some of these changes in response to HIPAA to create additional privacy for the folks using
That's a
this?
question I would have to defer to our friends in Health and Human Services.
Okay, thank
in terms of the driving force.
Good morning. Thank you.
One of the concerns with the current location of the pharmacy, which is in the center of the clinic, some of you have toured our clinic and seen the facility, and so we have quite a bit of traffic that goes through the clinic just to get to the pharmacy. And obviously patients are already there, it's convenient, but a lot of patients are coming in just to pick up medication. So that's a potential HIPAA challenge. We haven't had any that HIPAA breaches because of that to date, but it's something we want to mitigate before it happens.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Anyone else on the board? Any members of the public want to comment or ask any questions on this item? It's the pleasure of the board. This is a roll call. Is there a second? Did we? Okay.
I'll second them both.
That's good.
All right.
Duran, Wygant, Holmes, Euler, Montgomery.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move on to item 13. We have a number of items here, all for Health and Human Services. We're going to start with Maureen Bauman.
Board, Maureen Bauman with the Adult System of Care.
Good morning.
So I have before you 8 items, and I would like to review them in a little bit different order, just to make them come together for you. I apologize. So we wanted to start out with pardon me. All right. I'm going to start out with items A, B, and H. These are each 2-year contracts with Crestwood, Davis Guest Home, and Yellow Community Care Continuum. They are each 2 years awards, and I wanted to just summarize them, just a point in terms of the use of federal and state dollars. These 3 have 57% federal and state dollars and 57% and 43% mandated county general funds. The Yellow Community Care Continuum contract provides brief stabilization for persons with severe mental illness who really cannot return to the community. That is where they stay with fairly brief stabilization. And the Crestwood contract provides locked psychiatric care. So again, people that can't return to the community, and actually more than brief, they need to stay for longer periods of time. The Davis Guest Home is another alternative. It's actually down in Modesto and quite unique. The reason we use it is because people are actually able to stay in the community and receive a lot of supports for this same population. All of these people are generally conserved because they have challenges being able to take care of themselves during these periods of time. So it is for a population that has pretty significant disabilities. The next couple I want to highlight for you are items D and E, an agreement with Nevada County to do crisis triage, and an agreement with Sierra Mental Wellness Group for crisis response. Nevada County is 2 years, and Sierra Mental Wellness Group is 1 year. $930,000 for Nevada County and $518,000 for Sierra Mental Wellness Group. In addition, I would highlight the Telecare contract, which is a large contract for our psychiatric health facility, which is $2,800,000. To summarize this group of crisis response, we have 2,300 residents that we evaluate each year because they are either a danger to themselves, danger to others, or gravely disabled. We make a determination that about 1,250 of those people do require hospitalization as a result of meeting criteria and not being safe to be in the community. Nevada County then provides the crisis phone triage to this whole population. They help us to manage that population by phone, as well as other people that are just requesting services. Sierra Mental Wellness Group actually does the response after hours and on weekends, so they send people to the hospitals, generally the emergency departments, to evaluate the people. They're actually doing the majority of the assessments. And then the PUF, the Psychiatric Health Facility, is the place where folks actually stay. Just to note, when people are evaluated, if people have insurance, Medicare, other alternatives, we use the private facilities, and if people are indigent or on Medi-Cal, then we use our psychiatric health facility because we want to really manage the resources that we have available to us in the community. We have had a growing number of people needing psychiatric hospitalizations at the PUF, and so we've really had to develop strategies to triage them quickly. Approximately 700 people a year are being managed through that 16-bed facility. The next contract is the revenue with Nevada County, and they're actually purchasing a bed at the PUF for us. So they purchase the full cost of one bed. We allow them to buy more than one bed if there is more capacity, but they pay for one bed, and we are able to actually even maximize the dollars they give us because we bill Medi-Cal for their for the people that stay in that facility to the extent that that's possible. So we probably generate about $800,000 for that one bed, which we are able to use. It's budgeted expected revenue that we have in our budget, and so it helps us to be a good friend to Nevada County, maximize our capacity because we want to use as much of the beds as we can at any one time. The next contract is Turning Point. This is item G. Turning Point is a large contract, 1 year, $1.8 million, and this contract is for outpatient services. And I would just point out that it really maximizes the federal and state resource. 93% of this contract is federal and state resource, and 7% is mandated county general fund. So I would just point out that not only is keeping people out of the long-term locked kind of psychiatric facilities clinically sound, it's actually good fiscal sense to keep people in the lowest levels of care. This contract is going to increase a little bit in the next year because we're going to include the AB 109 population. They'll be able to do a portion of the mental health services for that population. People returning to the community with the help of Turning Point get a lot of assistance in order for them to be successful in the community. They provide assertive community treatment, which is designed to provide critical supports necessary to be successful and to be independent. These services take place over longer periods of time because they really help people stay in the community. So Turning Point works with folks that have chronic mental illness. They work with criminal justice population in our mental health court, and then we'll be working with the AB 109 population. So these are the adult system of care group of contracts. We've reviewed each one of these mental health contracts to determine the most cost-effective means to effectively provide the services for the county. The Telecare contract was awarded as a result of a request for proposal in 2010, so we validate with requests periodically to make sure that we are selecting the best provider for the particular service. The contracts were also reviewed by the Mental Health Alcohol and Drug Board at their last meeting. All of the funds for these contracts, for the one-year contracts in this current contract, 1213, are budgeted in our proposed budget, and the contracts for the second year of the two-year contracts will be budgeted in our requested budget for 1314. So I'd be happy to answer any questions for this group and recommend approval.
A through H,
Correct.
all the adult system of care items?
Correct.
Okay, excellent. Any questions from the board or comments? Any member of the public wish to comment on this or have any questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? I'm told we can take all 8 of these in one motion.
Madam, I'll second and under discussion, if I may. I think these items collectively are a wonderful example of the work that your department continues to do to look for innovative ways to offset costs in some cases, working with Nevada County, and to make sure that we are providing a high level of care, but also a high level of accountability to the taxpayers. Very, very well done. Obviously, a lot of work goes into finding this many partners to meet the various needs, many of which we're, of course, mandated to meet, but a number of which we go beyond minimum mandates to see for the same or reasonable equivalent terms of cost, is there an additional service we can provide? And it's through the aggressive embrace of these kinds of partnerships with private organizations, private entities, that we're able to provide this level. And so I just wanted to take the opportunity to commend you guys on continuing your work in this area.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or discussion before we vote? All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. We have one other Health and Human Services item in front of us, 13I, Community Clinics. It says Mark Starr. Welcome back, Mark.
So good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Starr, Community Health Clinics and Animal Services Director. Item 13I is to request your approval of a contract with the Effort Incorporated for medical and psychiatric provider services during the current fiscal year. As you well know, Placer County operates 4 medical clinics around the county: Kings Beach, Auburn, soon to be remodeled, Roseville, and Lincoln. We serve 31,000 men, women, and 12,000 men, women, and children each year through about 31,000 patient care visits. Those visits are often primary care visits, but we also do behavioral health visits, women's health care visits, and pediatric immunization visits. Of course, medical providers are the critical linchpin for providing those services, and we've, over the years, employed a number of strategies to try and recruit providers to keep our clinic staffing up, and this contract before you is another mechanism to do that. In the meantime, we've been building our collaboration with the Effort in Sacramento. The Effort is a federally qualified health center, nonprofit that operates a number of clinics in the Sacramento region, and we've been collaborating with them in a number of areas to try and improve services in the region jointly for a couple of years. Because of their status as a federally qualified health center and their location in Sacramento, they have opportunities for recruitment of providers that we don't have. They can offer loan forgiveness and, of course, are close to UC Davis Med Center and others. So this will increase our ability to recruit providers by having this agreement in place and allow us to utilize the Effort's capabilities to do that, to get physicians and psychiatrists on board. It'll be an added and cost-effective tool for our medical staffing. And lastly, because our providers generate more revenue because of the various programs that patients are enrolled in than it actually costs to pay them, there's no added county general fund cost for this contract. And I'm open for questions, of course.
Thank you, Mark. Kirk.
I'm just going to say, see comments on previous item.
Thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions from the board? Let me echo Kirk's comments, both to you and to Maureen. Excellent work on all of this. Thank you so much. Any members of the audience want to comment or have any questions on this item? All right, seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll now move to our 9:30 timed item. This is a County Executive Office Emergency Services item. We'll be receiving an update from the County Fire Warden, otherwise known as Chief Brad Harris, on the Hazardous Vegetation Abatement Ordinance. Chief Harris, thank you.
Well, good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Brad Harris, Fire Warden for Placer County. I'm also the Unit Chief for CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. I came today to update you on an ordinance that this board is doing as a pilot program throughout the county, or throughout the western portion of the county, actually throughout the entire county now, that we started in 2008. To start with, I'll give a little bit of an overview of the ordinance as it exists today. Originally, it was created as a pilot program in 2008 in response to the Angora fire. We noticed during the Angora fire that a number of properties were affected by the lack of vegetation clearance on the adjoining properties, and we needed a way to fill some of the gaps that were created in existing laws and ordinances at that time. So this board very proactively developed a pilot program. Originally, it was focused in the Tahoe area, mostly in the Talmon Estates. We did it very successfully up there, and we were able, working with our federal cooperators and our local cooperators, to provide a very good defensible space for all the homes that are located within Talmon Estates. Like I said before, it was in response to the issues that we faced during the Angora and the Washoe fires in 2007. Both occurred in the Lake Tahoe area. One occurred in El Dorado County. The Angora fire burned several homes in that area. The Washoe fire actually occurred in Placer County, and though it was only a 5-acre fire, it also burned 5 homes in the process. The original ordinance was extended in 2009. The original pilot ordinance was extended by this board in 2009 to include the western slopes for those fire protection districts that chose to adopt it. So far, only 3 fire protection districts have declined to adopt it, those being South Placer Fire Protection District, Placer Hills Fire Protection District, and the Truckee Fire Protection District. So those 3 districts are not part of this ordinance at this time. They have existing ordinances that they enforce within their own jurisdictions. Again, what does this ordinance allow? It allows us to fill the gap in the requirements of the Public Resource Code, Section 4291. Public Resource Code, Section 4291 pertains only to those properties that have improvements on it. It didn't pertain to that adjoining property that didn't have an improvement on it. So I could require you to have your 100-foot clearance around your home, but you could only do that to your property line. So if your home had a 30-foot setback, there was 70 feet of defensible space that you couldn't provide for yourselves, which became an issue not only for those of us who are trying to defend the homes in the event of a fire, but also with insurance companies. Insurance companies wanted to make sure that you had 100 feet regardless of ownership. So by enacting this ordinance, we were able to make contact with that oftentimes absentee owner that has property next door to provide the defensible space for the homes that exist in that area. Again, it defines defensible space requirements on unimproved parcels, and it allows for the safe ingress and egress for not only the fire apparatus responding to the incident, but for those citizens that are trying to escape the fire that's coming their direction. So for our actions to date, we have received many phone calls about our complaints that are under the hazardous abatement umbrella. What we're finding is that there's a misunderstanding about exactly what it is. Many of the phone calls we receive actually have improved parcels on it. We're able to do it under other laws and ordinances. So to date, we've only had 8 instances where the hazardous abatement or hazardous vegetation ordinance actually applies, and of those, we have not had to go to any enforcement actions. The phone calls that we've made have been successful contacting that errant property owner that hasn't cleaned up their weeds simply because they didn't know. We've been able to contact them and work with the adjacent property owners to provide defensible space. So we haven't had to do any forced abatements to date. 4 sites within the 49 fire burned area were initially reported to us. We contacted all 4 property owners. All 4 property owners cleaned it up immediately. So we've had very good response from our people. Whoops. Go to the next slide. Currently, we have 2 sites that are in the active cleanup process. Again, these are voluntary actions. We haven't had to take any kind of enforcement action whatsoever. But they're located on Nelson Lane and the Payne property. One of these actually abuts the city of Auburn and affects a number of homes within the city of Auburn. By contacting the property owner and working with them, we've been able to obtain voluntary compliance. So hasn't cost us any of our funds to clean it up, and the property owners have been very willing to work with us at this point. So where do we go from here? We continue to work with the public to resolve the issues that are reported to us. We're trying to keep those at the lowest possible level. Again, we're getting a good deal of voluntary compliance with what we're doing right now. We need to gather more data as this program goes forward. When the board adopted the extension of the pilot program to the western portion of Placer County, it was for a 2-year period. During that 2-year period, we saw a very mild fire season in last year. This year, being the second year of the pilot program, we're seeing a little bit more active fire season, a little bit warmer summer. We've already seen a good deal of activity in the upper elevations, even in December. So we're going to have an opportunity to gather more data this year than we have been in the previous years. And we're going to come back to the board in December for any modifications that we need to make to this ordinance, whether it is to make it permanent, extend the pilot program, whatever the board's wishes are at that time. But we will be coming back in December to either formalize this ordinance or change it, modify it, whatever the board's desire at that time. But again, to date, we have received a very good working relationship with the population in Placer County, and everybody that we've contacted has been more than willing to get out there and provide the clearance that we need and that their neighbors need to successfully defend the homes. Not saying we're going to receive 100% compliance forever. I'm sure eventually we're going to have to go to an enforcement action, but to date we have not yet had to do that. So it's been a very successful program for us so far. And with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have regarding the hazardous abatement or vegetation abatement ordinance, or anything regarding the state of the fire service as it stands today in Placer County.
Any questions from the board? I see none from my fellow board members. I did have a couple of questions, Brad. How are the properties identified? Do the local fire districts do a drive-through and then contact the property owner? Is it complaint-driven from neighbors?
Generally, it's complaint-driven. We go through and we do our initial inspections on those homes or those properties with improved parcels on it. When we do that, we send an abatement notice to those owners, and it's at that time we generally find that they're willing to provide the defensible space on their home. However, they can't reach onto the property of another. So it's at that point we make a phone call to the property owner next door and see if we can get them to either clean it up or allow the owner of the improved parcel to work on their land to provide the defensible space for it. And again, we're having outstanding assistance from the public in doing that. Again, of the complaints that we've received so far, none have had to go to any kind of administrative action yet.
Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Brad, for that update. It looks like it's a very successful tool, and I think that was the intention of the board when we put this into place. It gave the districts and neighbors a tool to clean up their adjacent properties. So I commend you for moving forward with it, and I'm glad to see that it's working well.
And my staff has been working very diligently to make sure that we can resolve these issues as quickly and at the lowest level as possible. If you get into an abatement action, They're generally lengthy processes, and we want to make sure we can get it done as fast as we can. Fire season's not going to wait for us to get that done. It's on us right now.
And then I had one more question, actually, and that was relating to your comments about safe ingress and egress. This does not apply to properties immediately adjacent to roads. Property owners at this point don't have to do clearance off the roads. Is that correct?
Not at this present time. It does give us the ability to do some of that should we have an area that is extremely hazardous. But to date, we've been focusing mostly on those unimproved or parcels that are adversely affecting the improved parcel next door.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any questions or comments from any member of the public? Seeing none, thank you very much for the update. This does require no action. So we will move to our 9:45 item. Auditor Controller will be receiving the annual report of the Placer County Audit Committee, presented by Wayne Nader, Audit Committee Chairman. Welcome, Wayne.
Good morning, Chairman Montgomery, Supervisors. Hopefully you've had a chance to review the report that was presented to you. It's a couple of pages on an update on our work over the last year. I have the pleasure of serving with two of your members, Supervisors Durant and Holmes, on this committee. As you saw in the report, we meet quarterly, typically about a couple of weeks after each quarter end, just to review the external audits that are being done and also the internal audits. As you know, that there's been a recent change at the auditor's office, and with your very wise decision in picking Andy Sisk to follow Kathy Martinez. And he followed it with an equally wise decision in picking Nicole Howard as his assistant. So I congratulate both of them on that. The report obviously outlines, again, what we've done as far as looking at, we meet with, usually at those meetings, Macias, Jenny, and O'Connell, who are the outside auditors, usually have a representative at that meeting, and they update us as to their progress of whatever they're doing at the time of reviewing financials for the county. And then we get a report from which has been Nicole in the past, and I believe it's going to continue to be, given the staffing issues, that she'll continue to kind of give us that report on the internal audits that are being done. I think most of you know that my background is in the financial area. The last 8 years before I retired, I worked in the government area, working with government entities throughout the West. And previous to that, I was in corporate lending for many years. So the audit function, to me, is absolutely critical. I know you hear this every year from me, but and I always use this term, inspect what you expect. And it's really important. And I think that some of the things that I have brought up previously is that not that we're expecting that we're going to find fraud, though you obviously need to be sensitive to that. But we want to make sure that the policies and procedures that are in place for the county are being adhered to. And the greatest challenge that I see going forward, and I brought this up to you last year, is that as staffing reductions within the departments, we're seeing that there's more of a challenge of making sure that all of these policies and procedures are followed through. So to me, it's important that for the integrity of the system that we continue to make sure that there is an internal monitoring system, which really is provided obviously by the audit department. If you think about it, the only departments within the county that really kind of touch all of the departments are really the CEO's office and the audit department. And so that if you don't have that kind of objective review going on, you're certainly at risk of potentially things slipping. And again, it's not necessarily intentional. Since I spoke to you last year, obviously there's been more tightening of the belt on the budget, and there are fewer people out there. I know even in the audit department, they're down 6 people, and I believe now they've just gotten now their 7th because somebody just gave their notice recently. And again, my concern is that as that happens, that there's just not going to be the attentiveness that can be given, obviously, in an environment where you have the luxury of more people. So I want to continue to implore you and the CEO's office to really consider, to make sure that there are vigilance given to making sure that the policies and procedures are in place to get things done. So again, I want to just express that concern to you. I believe that the integrity is still good here. If you, I think if you looked at the single audit report, you might find it kind of troubling. I did, because there were a number of items that were brought up that were not material. That's important, because if they were material, I think we'd have a whole different discussion. But they are sufficient deficiencies, or significant, deficiencies. So I think it's important that those issues are addressed, and a lot of them, as you read through that single audit report, are things where just things are slipping. People are not making sure that things are following the process that's been laid out for them, or, it's, again, some of it's minor, some of it's more significant. There are two issues, I believe, that were previously brought up in last year's single audit report, so that's not good to see a second year come around. But again, I think that is a reason to be concerned about the staffing issues, and that priorities need to be set. And I think also that when you start to have these kinds of issues, it needs to be clearly delineated whose responsibilities are these things to take care of. There's currently a payroll issue going on, payroll discussions about overtime and other issues. And I think it needs to be clearly defined whose responsibility is that, who is supposed to take care of those issues. To follow, obviously, the audit department is going to follow up on those things, but is it their responsibility, or is it the payrolls department's responsibility? Is it CEO's office responsibility? Some of those things seem to be a little clouded, and I think there needs to be better clarification on that. So overall, I would have to say things are going well, but I continue to just hold a caution flag up for you that because of staffing, things may slip, and priorities need to be set. So other than that, I don't think I have any other comments, but I will be glad to answer any questions. If you have any detailed questions you want to ask, especially as it relates to the single audit, Andy and Nicole are here and be glad to help answer any of those detailed questions.
Thank you, Wayne. Really appreciate all your efforts on this, and the rest of the audit committee as well. I know it's a fairly challenging job, but we really appreciate your work on this. Supervisor Holmes?
Yeah, Wayne, I just want to thank you for taking leadership on this issue and being the chair.
Thank you. As you get me into that every year. Thank you.
That's what you get for showing up.
Yeah.
And then Nicole and Andy, it's comforting as a supervisor with so many issues out there, just knowing that we are keeping our eyes on dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure policy is followed. Sometimes the little things slip, but once those little things slip, they tend to grow, and so it's important to keep focused on those kinds of things. So we'll see what we can do to increase staffing and make sure that the department is run as efficiently as it can. So again, thank you, Wayne.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
I see no other comments or questions from the board. I'm sorry, did you have something else?
If I could just indulge you for a moment more. Last year at this time, I mentioned to you, I think as you all know, I sit on the board of William Jessup University, and we were breaking ground for a $17 million expansion of the university, where we were adding a gymnasium that would seat 1,000 spectators. We were adding many music rooms, because that's one of our curriculums that seems to be very popular at the university. And most of all, we added a huge new dining room facility that I think will rival any university on the West Coast. As it is important to students, environment seems to be a really big thing, and so especially the social environment of a dining facility. So we went to great lengths to try to meet what we think the students are looking for. We're going to have over 1,000 students this fall coming to the campus, and that's very exciting to see that kind of growth. We have on-campus housing of about somewhere around 400. And we had to actually put some people in a local, work out with a local hotel. We had 50 students in there. So we are now looking at expanding our dormitories. We have apartments and dormitories. We're going to expand that, and we're hoping to break ground this fall on that. That's about a $10 million project, and it will add about 200 dorm rooms to the facility. So I would encourage you or any member of the audience to come by and look at the new facility. Again, it's done. We're ready to go on it for the fall, and very excited that Placer County's only accredited four-year university is doing as well, because it's just wonderful to see what's happening there at the campus. So I'm honored to be on their board, and thank you for letting me just bring an update to you on that, too.
Jim, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I actually had an opportunity to tour the campus, I think it was in May, with Leadership Rockland.
Good.
And I did see some, that's going to be a great facility.
Oh, it is.
Hall. And then, of course, we got a chance to listen to Dr. Jackson. What a great speaker and a motivator. I see great things happening at William Jessup.
Yes. Thanks, Jim. Appreciate it.
And Wayne, before you step away from the podium, just want to open it up to the public. If there are any questions, comments, concerns about the audit report? Great. Seeing none, thank you very much. All right, we're just short of 10 o'clock, so we're going to go to item number 14, personnel. Ann Craig presenting. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ann Craig, Personnel Services Manager. The item before you today is a renewal for our dental services program for both enrollment and administration through CSAC EIA. It is for an amount of approximately $305,600, and it'll be for the fiscal year July 1st through June 30th of 2013. Excuse me. Placer County, as you may know, has been self-insured since 1983, and we have been with CSAC EIA through their original dental program since 2001. In 2010, in an effort to contain costs and make more efficiencies, they combined with the Alliant CAP program, which was the city's program, and now they offer a program through CSAC EIA together as a JPA for over 125 agencies and over 60,000 participants. Of that, we own only 3,500 participants of the small group. A lot of these are cities that are in the Southern California area. Delta administers for us all our claims adjudication. They do credential, oh, heavens, excuse me, one of those days. Provider credentialing, where they go out and make sure the dentists have the appropriate credentials for their services, the network development for the areas, and then also do reporting and claims analysis. PBIA is the enrollment arm for CSAC EIA, so all the enrollments go through there and then are filtered over to Delta Dental. Delta processes for us over 16,000, well, approximately 16,000 claims. This year we were actually down approximately 5% to about 15,500, and we did see a claims increase of approximately 6% to an average claim rate of about $193 per claim. So with that, if you have additional questions, I'd be happy to answer those. And
questions, concerns, comments from the board? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wish to comment on this item? All right, we're being asked to authorize the Personnel Director to sign the Dental Administration Program Renewal Amendment. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you
very much, Ann. All right, it being 10 o'clock, we will move to our 10 o'clock timed item, Community Development Resource Agency, Olive Ranch Subdivision Conditional Use Permit Modification, appeal of the Planning Commission denial of a gated entry for Olive Ranch Subdivision. Michael Johnson and Roy Schaefer.
Good morning. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. Before you this morning is an appeal of a Planning Commission denial for gated entry for the Olive Ranch subdivision located in Granite Bay. Today's presentation will be made by Roy Schaefer.
Good morning. The board is being asked to consider an appeal from the New Home Company of the denial by the Planning Commission of the Olive Ranch subdivision gated entry project. And I'll just start into the slide presentation. The highlighted yellow area is the 15 acres that was approved as the Olive Ranch subdivision, and it's 12 lots with open space, some open space lots in the middle area. It's on the north side of Olive Ranch Road, and approximately half the distance between Barton Road here and then Cavett Stallman Road towards the west. And this is the project site as it looks today. And again, 15 acres and more heavily treed on the rear area of the 15 acres. This is the proposed final map that hasn't been completed yet. And the access road is Carlisle Woods Place, approximately 1,250 feet in linear length. And it shows the 12 lots here. And then this is the open space area in the middle, in this middle section. And I did have a chance to talk to the Jack Remington yesterday, was involved with the original development, and he said it was originally designed to have a gate, but it was never brought forward at that time when it was originally approved by the Planning Commission. And this is the proposed entry and the elevations of the gates proposed, ingress, egress gates, and then one pedestrian gate on this side. And I'll just flip back to the... Now, the Planning Commission at its April 12th, 2012 meeting denied the Olive Ranch Subdivision gated entry project with a 3-2 vote. And then on April 23rd of 2012, an appeal letter was filed by Ashley Feeney of the New Home Company, and the applicant's letter stated that evidence provided by their attorney supported the request for a gated entry for the Olive Ranch subdivision. And the central issue within the 1989 Granite Bay Community Plan is Goal 1, Policy 15, the requirement that there must be significant extenuating circumstances to support a gate. And staff recommends that the board uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board on this item? Michael, did you have anything you wanted to add on this?
We have a presentation from the appellant.
All right. Would the appellant like to come forward?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Marcus LaDuca, LaDuca and Avdis, 3200 Douglas Boulevard in Roseville. On behalf of the New Home Company, I welcome the chance today to present to you our request for a security gate for the Olive Ranch subdivision. My client did not originally own the property when the project was approved by the county. The property went back to the lender last year. My client acquired the property from the lender and also inherited the approved tentative map. As you saw on the map, not only in the staff report, but was also on the slide today, one sees somewhat of an anomaly for a small project. You have 12 lots, 7 lots at the front near the Olive Ranch Road, a large wooded open space in the middle, and then 5 lots to the rear. That open space of 5 acres is a third of the site. Hence, we have the request before you. Our request has one substantive basis, that is security for future residents and homebuyers' requests for measures that address those security concerns. With that large, thickly wooded open space area in the middle of the subdivision, those 5 lots to the rear are obscured from the homes to the front and from the road. So a car could come into the project, could park in that open space area, Five homes to the rear would never see it, and frankly, the 7 homes to the front of the project wouldn't see it once it passes into that area. With the multitude of home break-ins and door smash-ins in the immediate area around the project, my client has requested a gate to address the security concerns, again, for future residents in the subdivision. I want to make sure that everyone understands this is not a request to in any way limit pedestrian or bicycle access to the subdivision. As with their Seymour Ranch subdivision, which is right around the corner on Cavett-Stallman Road, my client welcomes pedestrians and bicycles from the surrounding neighborhood to come into the project, meet their neighbors, enjoy the open space, as they do also there. Our request is really aimed at those 5 lots to the rear. That open space area in the middle provides really a visual barrier. In terms of security concerns, my client's experience at Seymour Ranch somewhat added to this request. When they were came in to develop the subdivision, and before their gate was approved, they had numerous circumstances of theft during the construction of the subdivision and had to hire 24-hour security until the gate was put in. That subdivision, like the one here, has a long road, homes that are isolated from the front of the subdivision and from the major roadway that's facing the subdivision. And so, again, that gate has worked out very well for that project in terms of residents coming into the subdivision and addressing security concerns of vehicles, not pedestrians, not cyclists. I handed out some information that we thought would be helpful. We only had some of this information for the Planning Commission. That information shows from the end of last year to the end of June, so a 6-month period within a 1-mile radius around the project. There were 19 crimes reported, including 10 burglaries, 3 vehicle break-ins, 3 drug or alcohol violations, and 3 assaults. The second sheet shows the 2-mile radius around the project. During that same 6-month period, there were 117 crimes, including 25 burglaries, 22 thefts, 11 vehicle break-ins, 10 assaults, 3 robberies, 3 motor vehicle thefts. The subdivision to the southwest, Grosvenor Downs, experienced quite a number of those. You have isolated lots there, some areas that have some open space behind them. I used to live in that subdivision. My ex-wife still does. She was one of the people that had her house burglarized. Basically, someone kicking in the door, coming in, they do a quick sweep, and then they're gone because, again, neighbors can't see. To dismiss, then, those security concerns that my client has for future residents is really to fly in the face of what's going on in the nearby area. We believe that data definitely provides evidence of, quote, significant extenuating circumstances. Our buyers in Seymour Ranch have also lent some support to this request. Seymour Ranch, 17 lots, again, was a property that had gone back to the lender. My client picked that up and brought it forward with homes, started to develop it and market those homes, is one of the only upper-end projects in 6-county region that has achieved a measure of success in the last 12 months in what everyone would acknowledge is a really terrible market. And a security gate has been critical to home buyers coming in there. In fact, prior to the gate getting approved by the Planning Commission for that project, when we had our grand opening, potential home buyers would come in, and that was the very first question they asked. These are not starter homes. These are very high-end homes. It's been very successful relative to the rest of the region. They've had 12 sales in 12 months, which that doesn't sound like a lot, but in this market, that's like moving right along. Now, you may hear today that the project's in a rural area and that a gated subdivision would be out of character and out of place. The facts are otherwise, as was indicated, as you can see from the map. There's a variety of densities around the project. For example, Rancho del Oro, which is one lot over to the west, has 40,000 square foot lots. Lawrence Estates, which is adjacent to that, has 25,000 square foot lots. Immediately to the south of that are 6,000 to 6,500 square foot lots. Those are standard R1 lots. Grosvenor Downs is a half an acre, and Douglas Ranch, which is immediately south of the project, is a third of an acre. Those are not rural densities. In terms of gates on Olive Ranch, north of Olive Ranch Road, this board approved less than 2 years ago the Rancho del Oro project with 2 gates and a 3rd gate on South Shadow Oaks Lane to improve fire access for the area. And further down Olive Ranch, you have Winterhawk, which is also gated, and also north of Olive Ranch Road. So in terms of a perspective of county implementation of policy, the consideration and allowance of gates on this stretch of Olive Ranch Road has been made twice before by the county. We did want to note that the exhibit that was shown, it's also in your staff report, of the gate cross-section, that's not what we're proposing to actually build. If you had seen the Seymour Ranch gate there and the quality of that gate, we propose a similar gate in terms of design and quality here. So in conclusion, given the significant heavily wooded area in the middle of this subdivision, those 5 lots to the rear that are isolated, and home buyers' preference in an economic climate that's very difficult to attract any home buyers, let alone home buyers for higher-end homes, we would ask for the board to consider our request, approve the appeal, and grant the gate for this subdivision. Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Mr. Loduca. Any questions for Mr. Loduca from the board? Seeing none at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Michael, was there anything you or staff wanted to add in response to that before we move to the public? Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions or comments from the board at this time, I am going to open this up to the public for questions or comments. Please come forward, identify yourself. You will have 3 minutes if you're speaking as an individual. If you're speaking on behalf of a group, you will have 5 minutes. So please come forward if you would like to speak on this item.
Good morning. I'm Sandy Harris. I live within a mile of this project in a private development of 2.3 to 4.6 acre lots. We have about 3 miles of private roads, 2 bridges that we maintain. We don't have any gates. We appreciate not having gates, but individual properties, if they want to, can have a gate. This parcel, Marcus referred to 3 gates. I don't know what gate he's talking to on South Shadow Oaks. I know that a homeowner down there blocked that road off because he didn't want that to be a through road up to Cabot-Stallman. The Rancho del Oro gate was approved by the board over the objections of the community and the MAC. There are several high-end subdivisions to the south of this. The subdivision I live in has curvy roads. I can't even see my neighbor next door to the east. I can see the one directly across the road. But I think most roads in Granite Bay have some kind of obstruction from their neighbors. The traffic on this street is very low. I don't know what else to say about it. When I go to MAC every month and the sheriff gives a report at MAC, and the crime statistics for our area are practically nothing, so I don't know. He made it sound like I live in a ghetto, and I find that offensive. The Seymour Ranch project he keeps referring to is an entirely different project. It's right down next to a business professional area near Sierra College and Douglas. Gets a lot more traffic down there. And I'm kind of upset. I've worked really hard on the Granite Bay Community Plan in 1989 and also on this last one. And we worked very hard, and Kirk's laughing at me because I know he supports gates. But we worked very hard on our community plan to make it a good place to live. And I find it offensive if people are only moving to my community because they might get a gate. There are so many other things. We've taken several surveys of our community over the years. And people refer to the good schools, the low density, the small atmosphere of it, the closeness to the lake, closeness to other facilities like the hospitals and shopping in Roseville. They don't ever refer to gates. I just find that unacceptable. But anyway, that's my neighborhood. I go through there every day, and I can't see any reason for a gate in that type of an area.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to come forward and make a comment on this item?
My name is Dale Munson. I live on Itchy Acres, Granite Bay. I was a member of the committee that rewrote the community plan. I voted for Kurt for 3 times, three times that I'm aware of. I have a feeling, after spending 17 weeks on this plan, that this project, Marcus's project, does not meet the old or the new plan, that it really doesn't qualify under the old plan with the significant extenuating circumstances, nor does it meet the criteria of the new plan. Many of us live on private roads where we can't see our neighbors, and a little dog leg to the left that wouldn't even be acceptable at Granite Bay Country Club, I don't think is an extenuating circumstance. I think that's a stretch to stretch all stretches, frankly. And my feeling is that if you caved to Marcus, I don't know how you would ever say no to anybody asking for a gate anywhere in the Granite Bay area, because most all of them will have more significant circumstances than this. It's a stretch to end all stretches. I would ask that you not gut our new community plan at this point that you just unanimously approved within the last few months. And if you had reservations about the gates issue in it, you should have amended it. And I've told Kurt this, he knows how I feel about it, that you should have stood up and said, hey, we don't agree with your gate, your feeling on gates. But to my knowledge, nobody said anything about gates. You unanimously approved this Granite Bay Community Plan. You have held it out as a model for other communities to write a plan like this one. So I would say to Marcus that come to us with a decent proposal, but not one like this. This is a stretch, and we can't approve, even though it's you, we can't approve this at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this or ask any questions or physically abuse Marcus as they walk by? Okay, last chance. Anyone else like to address this issue before I close it to public comment and bring it back to the board? All right, seeing no additional public comment, I'm going to bring this back to the board for questions, concerns, comments. Kirk.
I just first just want to address Dale's comments. Dale, let me start by saying, yes, we did hold up the Granite Bay Community Plan as we just readopted it as a model, but it was the process that we engaged in as a model for other community plan updates. The planning department is looking at the process that we engage in, not necessarily the product, not necessarily the plan, but the process, the way that we openly engage the community in that. And on that point, to your comment about if we quote-unquote cave to Marcus, we won't be able to say no to any requests in the future. As you know, when I met with you and everybody seated around you last Monday, I clearly distinguished when we adopted the community plan, the revised community plan. I clearly distinguished between those projects that were in process prior to the adoption and those projects that were in process after the adoption, and even went so far as to make sure that I had council's clarification on applications that were considered complete, and yes, that those by law would be processed under the rules of the old plan as opposed to the new plan. And as I told you guys on Monday, the giant step forward that I believe that we made in the new plan is the removal of this kind of subjective language that we have in here, and the insertion of more objective standards as to when gates would be approved. And I believe that goes a long way toward alleviating your concern about how can we say no to anybody else. Well, because in that plan, we did remove this very subjective language of the extenuating circumstances, and we replaced it with language that specifically delineated the kind of criteria that had to be met in order for the gates to be there. And so, and again, in our meeting last Monday, I made that point. I gave you my assurance, again, to your concern about how can we say no to anybody in the future. I gave you my assurance that in the future, if a project doesn't meet that objective criteria, I won't be supporting it. So just wanted to address just that one point for now.
Any other questions, comments from the board? Okay, I see none. I do have one question for Michael. It was brought up that individual gates could be installed by homeowners. Is that the case? Is there anything that would preclude individual gates in this case?
No, there isn't. Any residential property within the county may install a private gate on their individual properties.
Okay. And then my understanding as well is that this is being processed under the old community plan because it was the application was completed before the new community plan was adopted?
That is correct.
And the old community plan had the extenuating circumstances language, is that correct?
It did.
Okay. If I think I heard what Mr. Loduca was saying are the extenuating circumstances here, there were two that you indicated. One was security, and the other was, I believe you said that it was critical to home buyers coming in. I frankly just don't see either of those as extenuating circumstances. I ran into Supervisor Holmes, Planning Commissioner, this morning, who talked about gated communities, sort of briefly, but generally, and said, you know, in this case, both these items in front of us today run counter to both community plans, the past one and the current one, in terms of meeting the criteria for a gate. The security issue is something that has been raised on a number of occasions, and I spent, you know, just a little bit of time online, found a number of studies, Texas A&M, University of Wisconsin, actually some real estate websites that indicate that gates, frankly, at the entrance to subdivisions do not create safer communities, and in fact, there are some instances where gates actually create less safe communities because people don't take the normal precautions you would take if you lived in an open community. There were also a couple of studies that were conducted by some police department in Fort Lauderdale, and those studies, there were two. The first found no significant change in rates for violent or property crime in a closed street neighborhood, which is what they called gated communities. Auto theft, burglary, and some crimes dropped considerably immediately after closure, but none of those drops were sustained for more than a short time. So that crime level rebounded after that initial drop. The second study compared the change in crime rates between closed street neighborhoods with open street neighborhoods and concluded that gates and barricades had no significant effect on the crime rate. But I think from a community perspective, which is what I hear the folks who came and spoke today saying, is that not only does this not create greater security for these individuals, but it really creates enclaves, communities separated from their own communities. And from one of the studies, this I believe is the, not the Texas A&M study, but one of the other studies that I referred to earlier, it says, you know, as citizens separate themselves into homogeneous, independent cells, their ties to the greater polity and society become attenuated, increasing resistance to efforts to resolve municipal, let alone regional problems. This phenomenon of building fortresses, their word, not mine, has enormous consequences for policy. Allowing some citizens to secede from public contact and to exclude others from their economic and social privilege aims directly at the conceptual base of community and citizenship in our country. The old notions of community mobility and mutual responsibility are loosened by these community patterns. What is the measure of nationhood when the divisions between neighborhoods require armed patrols and electric fences to keep out other citizens? Granted, we're not proposing armed patrols here or electric fences. When public services and even local governments are privatized, when the community of responsibility stops at the subdivision's gate, what happens to the function and the very idea of a social and political democracy? In short, can this nation fulfill its social contract without social contact? And for me, that's really the basis of this. And that's the underlying reasoning for why we called out for extenuating circumstances in the old plan, and why we have some very, very strict guidelines in the new plan. And I just do not believe that we should allow this gate. It's my position that we should follow the staff recommendation and uphold the Planning Commission action and deny the appeal. Supervisor Euler.
Thought I knew where I was going to start until your reading there. I'll just leave that one alone. In terms of special, significant extenuating circumstances, this project was first approved in September of '06. In September of '06, you could sell lots by putting up a sign. Lot would sell. Today, not quite the case. Today, we have a builder who, in this economic market, is willing to take a risk and has demonstrated success in our community right down the street from this project, has dedicated success. To my knowledge, it is the only actively developed project in the Granite Bay area right now, is the one that this project applicant is currently developing right down the street. By asking for a gate, this applicant is simply recognizing, number one, a market need and trying to meet a market need, but number two, doing so in a time when others who have tried to meet a market need seem to be failing demonstrably. So as far as significant extenuating circumstances, I would say about the worst real estate market we've seen in 2 generations is a fairly significant extenuating circumstance, and that we as a board ought to be doing what we can to encourage private investment, construction, job creation in our area and in our region. A gate is an amenity. It's an amenity offered to private individuals who choose to live in a community. In 1975, my dad developed Hidden Lakes Estates. When my dad purchased the property that would become Hidden Lakes Estates, do you know how many lakes were on there? Exactly none. My dad developed Hidden Lakes Estates, built the lakes as an amenity for those private residents that wanted to live in a community with a lake. Some people who came in saw the lake, saw it as a deterrent to purchase. They had young kids. They were concerned because the lakes, back then we didn't have a requirement of a 6-foot wall around any body of water. The lakes were not cordoned off from those people in the community, and so some people were concerned that it might result in hazard to their children. They didn't buy. Others, for now almost 4 decades, have enjoyed the amenity that was provided. I grew up right up the street in Hidden Valley. Hidden Valley is an equestrian community. We have a nice amenity. Happens to be the only community that I'm aware of in all of Placer County. We wrote a specific exemption in our zoning ordinance. Supervisor Weigand will recall. We wrote a specific exemption in our zoning ordinance. You can have 2 horses on less than an acre in Hidden Valley. Those of us that grew up there with the horses viewed it as an amenity, something we liked. Many people don't like living in Hidden Valley because they don't like having horses right next door on an acre and the flies and the smells that attend to that. But it's an amenity that is offered to those people who enjoy that kind of a lifestyle. What is the inconvenience suffered by, quote unquote, suffered by the people who don't live in a gated community? It means that maybe the once or twice a day that you drive down Olive Ranch Road, assuming you're at the posted speed limit of 35 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour in that stretch, I believe, assuming you're at the posted speed limit, you might, out of the corner of your eye, see a gate for a half second. That's the impact on you. That's it. The people behind the gate choose it as an amenity. The notion that people who choose to live in gated communities are somehow walling themselves off, I defy you to go find a more giving and altruistic bunch than those people in the Granite Bay area who currently live in gated communities, be they Wexford, be they Los Lagos. I go to community events all over South Placer County in support of education foundations, in support of nonprofits. And the people I see at those time and time again are people that I know that live in Los Lagos, that live in Wexford. They're engaged in their community. So somehow positing this notion that by saying putting up gates removes people from the community, no, it creates a strong sense of community within that particular subdivision, but in no way, shape, or form removes or absolves people from the responsibility they feel to the larger community as a whole. I believe this does meet the test of these significant extenuating circumstances, and therefore I am going to move that we approve the applicant's request and that we adopt the findings and conditions of approval that are attachment E in our staff report.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Any abstentions? Thank you very much. We will move to our 10:30 item. Michael Johnson and Roy Schaefer presenting.
Community Development Resource Agency. We have another appeal of a Planning Commission denial of a gated entry for residential subdivision for the Terracina development located in Granite Bay. This presentation will also be made by Roy Schaefer.
The board is being asked to consider an appeal from the Terracina Owners Association of the denial by the Planning Commission of the Terracina subdivision gated entry project. And I'll just go to the slides. This is showing the 17-lot subdivision, and there's a large open space lot here at the entry, and then at the rear area is another open space lot off of east of Laird Road and above Cabot-Stallman. And this is an aerial shot of the entry. And the proposed gate is from the right-of-way of Laird Road, it's 152 feet back. And also from this east end of this island, it's a little more than 50 feet back in this area is where it would be proposed. And this in the front is the big open space lots. And this is showing approximate location of the gate in this area, and the island is up here and it's towards the west. The elevations of the proposed gate. This proposal would have 2 pedestrian gates, and then again here's the gates would be proposed in this location right here, and the preserved areas on either side. And the Planning Commission at its April 12, 2012 meeting denied the Terracina subdivision gate entry project with a 3-2 vote. And on April 17th, an appeal letter was filed by Tiffany Bell on behalf of the Terracina Owners Association. The applicant's letter stated that the evidence provided by the property owners did constitute significant extenuating circumstances to support the request for the gated entry for Terracino Subdivision. And again, the central issue is the 1989 Granite Bay Community Plan, Goal 1, Policy 15, regarding significant extenuating circumstances that are required to support a gate. And staff recommends that the board uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal. And that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you.
Madam
Is
Chairman?
that- Supervisor Holmes, your light was on first.
Roy, the proposed gate is significantly back from Laird Road. How many feet is it, or how far back?
From the edge of the right-of-way of Laird Road, it's approximately 150 feet towards the east. And then from the island, it's 50 feet east of that island, the picture I showed.
And there's a residence, as I was down there driving this weekend, there's a residence. How far away from the first residence on the right is it?
That is one of the private lots, and I'm not exactly sure what that distance would be. It's likely 200, 300, 400 feet, I would think.
Good ways.
Thank you.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, Michael, if you could please, would you speak to the on-again, off-again issue of the gate with this particular subdivision? And I'm speaking specifically to the fact that this subdivision was advertised as lots were for sale, as having an approved gate. Would you speak to that issue a little bit, please?
I will. Back in 2007, staff issued an administrative approval for gated entry. That was the historic way that staff processed gated subdivisions. And so it was approved for a 2-year period, and in 2009, that administrative approval expired. After the 2007 approval, it was concluded that administrative approvals were not the correct vehicle for approving gated subdivisions, but rather it should be processed as a variance and or modification to the subdivision. And so that's why this application is being processed as both a variance and a modification to the subdivision.
But during that 2-year period, this project was advertised for sale and lots were sold to people who bought in there, some of whom are here today, as with an approved gate.
That is correct.
And the gate was, according to procedures at the time in 2007, the gate was duly approved by the county.
That is correct. And if they had come in for a building permit application to construct the gate during that time period, it would have been approved.
But of course, during that time period, Granite Bay Ventures, who I believe was the developer of this project, unfortunately went bankrupt, and they weren't putting any more money into the subdivision at
Correct.
that point. Okay.
Is the project, or is the appellant here who would like to address this? Please come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dave Cook, RCH Group, on behalf of the Terracino Owners Group. Or excuse me, Owners Association. The slide up here is the excerpt from not the 1989 plan, but from the 2006 updated plan, which was updated as part of the circulation element. As the footnote indicates, the original community plan did not prohibit gates. But the underlined portion of Goal 1, Policy 15, is really the key here. Gated subdivisions shall not be allowed without proof of significant extenuating circumstances. I spent 17 months, it wasn't 17 weeks as Dale, time flies for Dale. Yeah, it was 17 months. I was the sole developer on that committee, and I think at the February meeting when that plan was discussed, Sandy had indicated that even the developer agreed with the gate language. Well, you get to a point where you realize you're not going to get any further, and you just have to acquiesce to what is a reasonable compromise. But we're not here today to discuss this appeal in the context of the updated community plan. We're here based on this language and the update that was adopted in '06 that doesn't set forth what, as Kirk said, are really better, more specific reasons and circumstances under which a gate ought to be considered. So I want us to keep that in mind. So what does significant extenuating circumstances mean? It is subjective. We spent a fair amount of time on the update committee and finally realized what we need are examples rather than try to parse the words. But if you look at the term and you break that down, basically significant is something that's important. It has a major effect. Okay, that's the one of the four definitions that I'm going to use. To extenuate is to lessen the impact of the magnitude of a situation or the seriousness of it. And a circumstance is a condition or a fact that determines or must be considered in determining the course of action. So what we're looking at is, do we have significant and extenuating circumstances in the case of this particular gate? We're here today because the Owners Association was most concerned, as was Marcus's client on Olive Ranch, most concerned about security. You have folks that are now living there and they've been impacted by the lack of a gate. And that being the sole reason or rationale to support their contention of the Planning Commission, unfortunately they had no statistics to back up that premise. And the Planning Commission, based on that, said that we're going to deny this. Now, I think that security is an issue, but I think it's one of many extenuating circumstances for this project. Now, despite the chairwoman's citing a variety of studies, and I've read some of those as well, we didn't do any formal study, but I did receive data from the Sheriff's Department. And in fact, Terracina had 74 calls or dispatches since '08, and this is through June of this year. That's an average of 16.5 calls a year or 1.4 calls a month, and that's with only 9 homes currently constructed in there. Now, they weren't all constructed, obviously, back in '08. What I think is interesting with the data that is shown here, when you compare Terracina against gated and non-gated neighborhoods in the Granite Bay community, and this was not a scientific study, but what we did is we took equal number of roads within gated neighborhoods and non-gated neighborhoods in 3 different sections, south, mid, and north Granite Bay area, and looked at the data from the Sheriff's Department and said, okay, what are the nature of these calls? And these are just the top 5 out of a multitude of calls. And you see that far and above, Terracina had requests for extra patrol. Far and above, non-gated or gated, they had trespassing calls. Some of these resulted in reports, some were simply calls. This tracks all the calls. But I think what's really interesting is, in spite of other statistics, and again, I can provide the data, this is not necessarily scientifically defendable, but it is, I think, notable to see the difference in the number of calls to the Sheriff's Department for gated versus non-gated neighborhoods. So we have a little different situation here where most of the open space at Terracina is in the front of the property along Laird. This is about 17 acres of landscaping and open space, and in essence, in their effort to blend in, it's become a bit of a, shall we say, attractive nuisance. The photos down below are the sort of the highlights of each of the features. You see on the left, that's the entry from Laird. You see water features, waterfalls, what I would classify as sort of Roman rubble ruins with some stonework. It's all very attractive. Consequently, there are a lot of folks who stop and visit there. I ride my bike by there oftentimes and usually see either a wedding or a newlywed couple being photographed or family portraits. It's like a public park. So in essence, they've created their own problem, if you will. Now, Roy mentioned the setback for this gate is 150 feet. That's from the edge of right-of-way, but from where people are driving, the edge of the travel way, and we're assuming the distance from the passenger, not the driver, it's about 190 feet. And except for Los Lagos, I don't know of a gate in the community that is set back that far off the off the traveled way. Again, the elevation, I want to clarify that not just one but two pedestrian gates. These will be open during the daylight hours as the language was refined on the community plan. And they will provide access to pedestrians and cyclists. Now, at the February hearing, there's a letter sent in protest of the ZA approval in February, and then at the board hearing, there was a comment by one of the members of the Granite Bay Community Association that these added structures will stand out and separate this subdivision from the rest of the area. Given the distance that these gates sit from the road, I don't know how that could be the case. The landscaping, the water features, those things already make this stand out as compared to other properties in the area. This is an overlay of the aerial of the project sitting along Laird Road, and I just want to do a quick little context for you, if you will, in terms of the gates. Sandy made the comment earlier that, and it's an interesting perspective from a developer standpoint, gates are fine on an individual property. They're not okay in this community plan as currently written, and the debate here on significant extenuating circumstances. They're not okay on a subdivision. Going along Laird Road, these are all examples of the variety of gates on either side of the road, and I took Laird from Cabot-Stallman up to Quinn in terms of photographing these, and then did a actual count, number of gates, number of lots, and it's about a third of the homes from the start of Laird at Cabot-Stallman to the edge of the Granite Bay Community Plan that have gated entries, and you can see there's all shapes and sizes. So putting a gate on this subdivision, particularly one that sets back that far, to me is not out of character at all. It just adds to the variety that we already see there. So what do we have in Granite Bay in terms of gated neighborhoods? This is a trend, as Supervisor Euler indicated. It is a market issue. Buyers want to have gates. Those who don't have ample choices. These are all the projects that I'm aware of, and we've coordinated with planning. We think this represents the universe in terms of the number of homes behind gated communities in the Granite Bay Community Plan area, 1,242. From the population information, the housing units in the community plan, we have a total of 7,580 homes within the Granite Bay area. These 1,242 homes located within the gated communities represent 16% of that housing stock. It's not a significant number. Even with the Terracina project, as well as the other proposed gated neighborhoods that fall under the prior community plan before the update, you were still at only 17% of the total housing units in the Granite Bay area behind gates. It's not as though we're approaching 50% or that it's a majority. It really is not a substantial number. These are two previously approved entry gates. I had something to do with them. In '94, I don't remember the gates being an issue. Again, in the original community plan, there was no prohibition, no guidance on gates. There was discussion, but it was not a major issue. The gate across from the golf club for the residences sits back about 130 feet from the edge of the travelway. And because of the angle, it helps diminish the visibility of that. Couldn't build that today because it doesn't provide the turning radius that Public Works requires. So what we get, and this board on an appeal in 2002 approved the Belatera Gate. It is 120 feet off the travelway, but it's far more visible because of the fact that we needed to open that throat up for circulation. And what you've got with Terestina is a far better situation where the thing sits back so far from the road that it's barely going to be noticeable between the angle and that distance, and yet they do have some room for turning. So what I did was I put together Dave's top 10 list of significant extenuating circumstances. Security is one, and there are property owners in Terracina who are very, very concerned, and they've been affected by this. And even though the statistics in other studies may indicate there's no guarantee, this is important to them, but I don't see this as the sole and primary issue. I see this as one of a basket of significant extenuating circumstances. So number 10 reiterates the number of calls. Number 9, and Supervisor Euler asked Michael Johnson about this 07 administrative approval. It wasn't until the project was developed. The association in 2010 had an annual meeting. They had enough property owners now to do an annual meeting, voted an assessment to construct the gate, went in early in 2011 to submit for the permit, and they found out that the administrative approval had expired. Now, unfortunately, I think technically and legally the code is accurate on that it only had a 2-year life, but unfortunately the letter didn't state that there was an expiration date, and so everybody lived under the presumption they would have the gate. That issue now is the basis of a lawsuit that's been filed against the developer and the broker by a couple of the property owners. So number 8, while not exactly consistent with the rural setting, the landscaping and features along Laird really are beautiful. They have married the existing oaks and the native setting with some other features, but as I mentioned earlier, it's created an attractive nuisance, and that is added to the problem. The Laird frontage landscaping will remain accessible and visible because that gate sits back behind there, and again, they will have pedestrian access during the daylight hours. Number 6, the rural context. Again, 1/3 of the homes along Laird have got their own gated entries. I don't see that this really changes that significantly. Number 5, if this board upholds the appeal, only 17% of the Granite Bay housing stock is within gated communities. 4 is the setback. 3, this application was deemed complete prior to the adoption of the 2012 community plan and its more stringent standards. Number 2 is the fact that the Granite Bay MAC voted 5-0 in favor of this back in February. And I think significant extenuating circumstance number 1 is the fact that in the past 10 years, this county has consistently made findings to support approvals for what we count to be at least a dozen gated neighborhoods. And I don't see that this is really any different. I think that establishes a legal precedent, and we ask the board to approve the Terracina appeal. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dave. Any questions from the board? All right, seeing none. Michael, was there anything you wanted to add to this before I open it up to the public? Okay. At this time, I will open this up to the public. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns that you'd like to bring forward to the board, now is the time to do so. Please come forward, give us your name. Okay, there we go. Don't be shy.
Good morning. My name is Ray Madison. My wife and I are one of the property owners in Terracina. We bought our lot in the fall of '08, and we did rely on the letter from Placer County giving approval for gates to be put in. If that had not been there, we would not have bought. We were surprised to learn that it had the 2-year expiration on it. I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the gate. We have had many instances of intrusion in the development, and security is a concern. Thank you very much.
Any other member of the public want to comment on this item?
Sandy Harris, Granite Bay. I feel like it's a lost cause, but I have to say something about it. They were promised gates, but 13 of the 17 people bought their lots after all this went through, after the gates had fallen through. And I often wonder if the Granite Bay Community Association hadn't appealed the zoning administrator's process, if this would have even gotten to this point, because these gates were given with administrative approval in an area that is very controversial when it comes to gates, with no public notice or input, and I find that pretty illegal. As far as a third of the people on Laird Road having gates, that's horse property, animal keeping, and there's nothing that looks like these gates. They're just regular gates that you would put up. They're not, they don't draw you to want to come into the development. I think probably most of them are put up to keep their farm animals contained. This project was approved. The condition of approval was no gates. So I don't know why we're even here today. But I know that some of you have personal feelings that gates should be allowed anywhere. Mr. Yule, thank you.
Any other members of the public want to comment on this item before I bring it back to the board? Last chance. All right. Oh, here we go.
Sorry. I do have two letters, and I won't take the board's time to read them. I will give them to the clerk. But two letters from two different owners and members of the association who have expressed concerns, their reliance on the prior approval and their decision to purchase based on their understanding that there would be gates, and who believe that gates are an appropriate thing here. I also have a letter here from Sheriff Ed Bonner, which the planning department sent to me. I think it was received yesterday, and I will give a copy of this to the clerk as well. But in conclusion, it says, therefore, from a law enforcement perspective, I support the request by Terestina for a gated entrance. So the statistics that we received from their department seem to be consistent with their perception.
Thank you. Last chance. Any other members of the public wish to comment on this item before I bring it back to the board? All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, may I just, first of all, say all my comments on the previous project, I want to ditto those to this project in terms of philosophically, but this one above and beyond clearly the issue of the previous approval by the county, clear representations, the large sign that was out front of the Terracino subdivision for, 4 years. That large sign was out there that depicted the map of the subdivision, the individual lots, all the rest, right on that large sign, gate approved. The representation to the home buyers that there was an approved gate here based on the county's action, I think, adds to all the other significant extenuating circumstances that we had on the previous project, and therefore on this project I would move approval of the applicant's request. I believe the findings are attachment F in our board packet, page 99. That is the findings for this one, right? Yes. And so I'd move approval of the applicant's request for the gate and the findings and conditions of approval.
Any other discussion before we take action on this? My comments on this are, while I reiterate my earlier comments about my concerns about gates, generally, I think in this example there is actually a significant extenuating circumstance. And in this specific instance, I think the reliance that at least some of the property owners had upon the language from CDRA is important. And it is an extenuating circumstance and should be taken into consideration. So while I voted no, or on the last, I'll be voting to actually uphold the appeal on this one. So at this point, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. All right, we will move to our 1045 item, Facilities Services, All-American Speedway update. We'll wait just one moment while people clear out. All right, thank you. So this is item number 6, our 1045 item, All-American Speedway update. Mary Dietrich presenting. Mary, thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Montgomery, members of the board, Mary Dietrich, Facility Services. I'm here today with a presentation and some recommendations for you that will cover the Placer County Fair Association, the All-American Speedway, and the Placer County Fairgrounds. Because of the general community interest in this item, I wanted to let your board know that there were additional notifications made through our department for the community and the City of Roseville to notify them of this discussion here today. We sent over 100 letters to community members in the area who have expressed interest and wanted to be notified of any actions by your board. Today in the audience is John Javidan, the interim CEO for the Placer County Fair Association, Ken Brooks, their race manager, Chris Robles representing the City of Roseville, and I imagine that there are a number of community members who are interested in this item as well. The recommendations that you will be considering today include authorization to continue the existing agreement with the Placer County Fair Association through December 31st, 2013, a delegation of authority to the CEDRA Director to execute a contract with Rainey Planning and Management Incorporated for the preparation of the second phase of a contract to develop a Speedway Operating Agreement, EIR, in an amount not to exceed $84,480, and providing direction to Facility Services regarding the preparation of an assessment and feasibility study for the fairgrounds. Very briefly, the background on this property is that the fairgrounds comprises approximately 61 acres, and it's located in the incorporated area of the City of Roseville. The county's owned this property since the late 30s, and the County Fair Association has managed and operated the fairgrounds for all of those 75 years, including conducting the fair for most of all of those years. Currently, the Fair Association manages all aspects of the property pursuant to a contract with the county that was entered into in 2002 and subsequently extended annually after 2007. As we're all aware, in 2006, the Fair Association constructed modifications to the Speedway to improve the track's safety characteristics. As a follow-up to the completion of those improvements, there was a fairly significant increase in complaints from residents that claim that the modifications to the Speedway changed the noise characteristics in the track, resulting in increased noise levels within the area. The grand jury has also noted the All-American Speedway in both its 2011 and 2012 reports, noting, among other things, the Fair Association's failure to secure permits for the improvements and recommending that the county implement remedies to address the environmental conditions resulting from the track and the reconfiguration. In response to the community outreach and comments and complaints that we've received, I think as well as the community forum that we had and held last year that was well attended by the community, the Fair Association last year prepared a statement of operations so that they would, or to implement voluntary physical and operational changes to reduce the impacts at the Speedway for the 2012 race season. And those items include implementation of recommendations from J.C. Brennan, who is an acoustical consultant working on this project, and that included caulking all the seams of the sound wall, covering viewing ports with plexiglass, filling gaps below the sound wall, implementation of maximum decibel levels on vehicles and races, implementation of black flag and red flag procedures for enforcement of decibel restrictions, and limitations on days and hours of operation. And those go all beyond any of the provisions that are included in our contract. Our contract basically allows the Fair Association to operate and manage the fair and the property without any kind of restrictions and limitations stated in the existing agreement. The Fair Association has also acquired sound monitoring equipment that would provide continuous collection and recordation of data during races, and this is to be used in addition to their handheld monitor. There's an error in my board report in that I thought that the continuous monitoring equipment would replace the handheld, but it is apparently being used in conjunction with the handheld monitor that is currently in use and has been in use all season. The Fair Association is also going to be purchasing an FM radio system that will replace the public address system that's in the pit area, and that's intended to be operational before the national race in October. And in addition, the county has required that the Fair Association secure after-the-fact permits from the Building Department and Engineering and Surveying Division of CEDRA for improvements that were constructed at the Speedway. As mentioned, mentioned previously, the contract for management of the fairgrounds remains in effect through an extension provision in the existing contract. And specifically, the non-renewal provision is structured such that either party can provide notice of non-renewal, and the contract thereafter will terminate the following year. Conversely, if a notice of non-renewal is not presented, then the agreement will continue. Not wild about the double negative in that, but that's the best I can do to explain it. Earlier this year, the Fair Association agreed to extend that non-renewal date from February to July 15th so that the county staff could evaluate the Fair Association's compliance with our contract and implementation of the provisions and commitments that they've set forth in their statement of operations. Consistent with your board direction, Facility Services continues to take steps to develop a new operating agreement for the Speedway. Based on community interest and the responses to an environmental questionnaire circulated by CEDRA, it's been determined that the preparation of an EIR is the most appropriate document to develop and evaluate terms for a new operating agreement. Utilizing CEDRA's process, 3 firms were solicited for proposals for this work, and Rainey Planning and Management was selected to prepare the environmental documentation. Phase 1 of that contract is underway, and that includes the preparation of baseline studies and the development of a project description. Phase 2 entails the implementation of the formal EIR process as described in the scope of work that was attached to your board item today. It is staff's recommendation that given the Fairs Association's efforts to improve the operation at the All-American Speedway during the 2012 race season and our progress to proceed with an EIR, we recommend that the board continue the agreement between Placer County and the Placer County Fair Association, Contract 11520, through December 31, 2013, subject to the Fair Association securing its after-the-fact permits required for the improvements that were constructed. According to the Fair Association, they intend to have these completed by October, but I think that holding out that December 28th date continues to be reasonable. Staff also recommends that the board authorize CEDRA to proceed with the preparation of the second phase of the contract with Rainey Planning and Management pursuant to Rainey's attached proposal, and that you delegate authority to the CEDRA director to execute the contract on your behalf for these services in an amount not to exceed $84,480. On a separate but connected item, lastly, your board in May spoke and discussed with CEDRA staff the option of evaluating the feasibility of locating the Placer County Fairgrounds into the Sheridan area and the potential to consider incorporation of land use considerations into the for this use into the Sheridan General Plan update. We agree that this is a unique opportunity to study and investigate that opportunity, but we believe that an assessment and a feasibility study should be broader than just the Sheridan area, that could include the consideration of any number of locations in Placer County. A broader base study could include visioning, scoping and stakeholder input, fiscal and economic analysis, site and infrastructure analysis, business plan development, and implementation strategies. So with regard to that, because of the ongoing efforts that are related to the Placer County Fairgrounds, staff recommends that Facility Services take the lead in this effort rather than CEDRA, and that we work in conjunction with CEDRA to assure that the information that they need for the Sheridan community plan or general plan update be included, but that your board direct facility services to proceed and pursue through the county's procurement division a fairgrounds assessment and feasibility study, including the items described previously and any other items that you prefer. And should that authorization be given, the Department of Facility Services will return to your board with the contract and funding for that particular contract. Continuation of the existing agreement with the Placer County Fair Association through December 31, 2013 is exempt from CEQA review pursuant to Section 15301 of the CEQA guidelines. This provision allows for the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, or minor alteration of existing public or private facilities engaging in negligible or no expansion of use beyond the existing at the time of your board's determination. An execution of a contract with Rainey and Associates and a direction to prepare an assessment for the study of the fairgrounds are each exempt from CEQA pursuant to Section 15306, which allow for data collection, research, and resource evaluation studies. And with that, I am available to answer any questions, and John Javidan is available to answer any questions that may be appropriate for the Fair Association to respond to.
Any questions from the board for Mary before I open it up to Mr. Javidan for any comments he might have? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Javidan, did you have any comments? Okay. Seeing nothing. Oh, Supervisor Euler.
I have some questions. Javidan, even if he doesn't have any comments for us. A lot of the conversation in regard to the fairgrounds seems to focus on the raceway and unfortunately tends to overshadow the fact that we actually do conduct a fair out there. And we just had our fair, and I was there 3 of the 4 days, and it looked to me to be one of the more successful fairs that we've had in some time. So I was hoping you might be able to brief the board a little bit on the fair this year. If you have any statistics on attendance, any of that fun stuff, would love to hear about it.
We did have a very successful fair this year. I was really happy about it. The figures were we had 34,053 people attend the 2012 fair. Those numbers are near twice as much as last year, so obviously that's very good growth. I was very happy. We filled the back parking lot on Thursday of the fair, and around 4 o'clock of Thursday, which is the first day of the fair, got a call from maintenance saying that back parking lots were into the back parking lot. Right then I knew we were going to have a good weekend, and we did. Lots of the fair had a really good sense of community, really family oriented. You saw lots of neighbors getting, talking and catching up and gathering, and that was the best part about the fair for me.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't know what you did differently this year. I did hear a lot of advertising for the fair, particularly heard it on KFBK and KSTE, and I don't know that historically we've advertised there as opposed to more on FM contemporary music dominated stations or what have you. But in the past, I remember, especially later in the evenings, seeing almost an equivalent number of various law enforcement personnel as fair attendees. And this year, late into the evening, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, very family-oriented, lots of families with younger kids still attending the carnival side of the fair. And I'm going to assume because they weren't needed as much, far, far fewer law enforcement from either probation, sheriff, or the city of Roseville seemed to be there patrolling the fair because it just had a different feel this year. It was a more diverse crowd in terms of age and demographic as opposed to, I remember some years past where it seemed to be almost like a late teen, early 20s kind of a hangout as opposed to a real family fair.
I actually met with Sheriff Savage, I believe in like January, right when I got there, and I told him one of the things that I wanted to change about the fair was the family feel and the community feel. And one of my first requests to him was that they dress down. I even told him, come out, wear T-shirts, baseball caps, just not look like they're ready to invade the fairgrounds. And he laughed a little bit, and they actually did it. So you have to create the whole atmosphere. The atmosphere has to feel like it's safe or to be safe. The Sheriff's Department allowed us to put their badge on our poster, that shows security, and it shows that they're going to be there. So the people that would otherwise make a mess of things know that they're going to be there, and then the people that want to bring their families know that it's going to be secure.
I just wanted to compliment you on. I know this is your first time as the director during the fair itself, and our board hears a lot about the fairgrounds, particularly in conjunction with just the racing aspect. But just from a pure fair component, it was a wonderful fair this year, and so thank you for the improvements that you made.
Thank you for coming 3 times.
All right. At this point, then, seeing no other questions or comments from the board, I'll open this up to the public. If there's anyone who'd like to come forward to address this item, please do so. Please come to the podium and identify yourself.
Hi. My name is John Smith. I live at 504 Hogan Court in Roseville, which is right near the intersection of Diamond Oaks Road and Shasta. And as the crow flies, we're probably 3/4 of a mile from the end of the racetrack. The noise was not an issue till 2006, and I didn't know the racetrack was there hardly. In 2006, the reconstruction of the track, I think, set up a situation where sound bounces. Unfortunately, I learned about sound when I was the police chief in the city of Mountain View and Santa Clara. As you may recall, when we built Shoreline Amphitheater, no one understood sound, no one understood how it bounces and how the weather affects it. So there are certain parts of our community in the Diamond Oaks area that get noise more than others. I get it somewhat. I could hear it Saturday. After 5 or 6 hours, it gets a little annoying. Frankly, I'm conflicted. I like the fairgrounds. I think it's a great thing, particularly the racetrack. I think it helps it survive. It's in the wrong spot. People have realized it's been in the wrong spot since the 70s. When you go back and you talk to people involved on city council and former board of supervisors. This is not a new issue. I don't know how many of you have read the agreement after the city lawsuit against the county in 1972 when they agreed to keep the noise down with a certain decibel level. That didn't happen with the reconstruction issue. I don't know how it can be solved. I mean, after studying sound, when I did with Shoreline Amphitheater, when you have a bank track, the wind is usually from the south. It takes the sound. It takes it right into the top of Nicholas Circle and the Ironwood Homeowners Association. Our neighborhood association, of whom I'm the president, I am not representing them because we never took we never took a vote on this because we couldn't. Mr. Brooks has come out and talked to us any number of times. We've talked to a lot of other people. The neighborhood association is not, we're so large, it doesn't affect too many people except right in the center of our area. So I am not representing them. I say that only to tell you I have talked to a lot of people over this issue, and frankly, no one understands how to resolve it. I think it's going to take an engineering firm that has some understanding of sound and how sound works to take care of it, or I'd love to see it moved. I'd hate to see it moved to Sheraton. I think that's way too far. I really do, because my grandkids go to the fairgrounds. I think it's a great thing. I just think it's got to be done in such a way that if the racetrack is part of it, that the sound coming out of the track, particularly when you're talking about banked tracks, sound is going to move, and that has to be taken into consideration. I think the only thing I would like to see you do is that when they first changed the track, and the noise was worse then than it is now, they weren't listening to us real well back then. And when it went, the latest I think I ever tracked it was to like 10:45 at night, and by then it was getting really irritating. And over the years, they have listened to us more. They've turned the speakers around. They have tried to mitigate the issue and stuff. But if it goes past 10 o'clock, it is a problem. And if it's going to be approved and you're going to allow them to go that long, I would at least suggest that there be some control effort put in there that says at 10 o'clock it's over. Because it has kept me awake. And I don't complain about it too much, but it is a little annoying at times, and I think that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, before you go, do you recall from the 1972 agreement what that decibel level was?
No, but I can't right offhand. I didn't bring it with me. I can get you a copy of it, and I'm sure that whoever's here from the city planning department probably has it with them.
Mary, do you know that offhand?
I don't have it with me offhand, and I have a recollection, and we could report back to you, that had to do with a particular lawsuit in an individual and may not have applied to the overall fair grounds.
Jerry, do you have any?
No, it's been around a while, but it really hasn't been a factor since the late 70s.
They were supposed to put mufflers on the cars or something because it was a big noise issue back then. Like I say, I haven't read the agreement for a couple of years now, but I know the city has a copy of it and it's floating through our association as well.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Morning, Chair Montgomery.
I hope you don't plan on going through all that paperwork.
No. I can shed some light on the, actually, the 1974 Superior Court judgment as it relates to the noise. Sure. For the record, Chris Robles, on behalf of the City of Roseville, 311 Vernon Street, Roseville, California. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning in agendizing this matter. I received notice of the hearing from staff and also received a copy of the mailed notice from one of our Roseville residents. Based on the notice, I expected only an update of the Speedway operations and environmental review and really hadn't anticipated making any comments this morning. However, after reviewing the memorandum, the facility services comments within the memorandum warrant some comments on behalf of the city. The entering into the agreement between the Fair Board was not anticipated as an action to be considered by the board this morning. I'd like to speak specifically to that. The facilities memorandum identifies that the EIR is the most appropriate document to analyze and develop new operating requirements, and I concur with that finding and support the county in that effort. This very same memorandum in the preceding paragraphs discusses new operational requirements to be applied to the Speedway. The operating requirements of greatest concern are the establishment of new maximum sound levels at 90 decibels and 100 decibels. I would like to submit to the board excerpts of the racing rules printed from the All-American Speedway that reflect the rules from 2011 and 2012. One side of the rules identifies the 2011 rules, and the other side of that copy identifies the 2012. I've highlighted the pertinent sections. You asked the noise analysis, or what was the noise threshold established by the 74 judgment. It didn't identify specifically a noise number, a number specific, a numeric standard, but it did identify that it was to comply with the vehicle code at that time, which measured sound level at 50 feet from the vehicle, and the sound level was 82 decibels. If you see in the rules as they were identified in 2011, it reflected an 82 decibel regulation to be applied to the racetrack. Now, in 2012, the rules were changed to 90 decibels, and that's reflected in the documents that I forwarded to you this morning. The change in the noise threshold was done by the Fair Board at their January meeting without benefit of any environmental review and, to my knowledge, notification to the county upon that change. So now before you in the memorandum is a recommendation to change the standards further from what was established in 1974 for 37 years, an 82 decibel level, to change that to 90 and 100 decibels. So we're looking at it for the last 37 years, 82 decibels has worked, but now we're looking at a change increasing that significantly. The California Environmental Quality Act recognizes that a 3 decibel increase is significant. And just for a measure of a relationship, 10 decibel increase is a doubling of the noise level. In this particular case, we're near a quadrupling of that noise level. So in this case, the recommendation for an exemption on the extension of the agreement is not qualified in this particular case because it will have a significant impact and does not qualify for the exemption under CEQA, which requires a negligible change in use. In this case, we're nearly a quadrupling of that noise level, and so for the exemption identified is not valid. We would request that the board continue the action on the agreement to a further date, allow the opportunity for the EIR to be developed, and to bring forth the agreement along with the EIR. Because as the agreement is amended today, it does not qualify for that amendment or the exemption that you identified. Lastly, I'd like to note that we support the county's efforts to look at an assessment and feasibility analysis for the fair. Ironically, on the City Council meeting for City of Lincoln tonight is a letter of recommendation to be considered the City of Lincoln as an alternative site for the fairgrounds and Speedway. Ironically, I see we have the mayor and 2 council members from City of Lincoln here tonight. They may be able, or this afternoon, they may be able to speak to that. So in summary, I just request that the action on the agreement be continued until the EIR has been completed and the opportunity to evaluate those changes in the operations. And we fully support the county's effort to explore possibilities for relocation of the Speedway, including that of Sheridan, but certainly most relevant as of this time is City of Lincoln as well. So thank you, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Good morning.
I hadn't planned to speak on this item, but since the opportunity arose, tonight on our council meeting, we've actually, I'm sorry, Spencer Short, Mayor, City of Lincoln. Tonight, we're actually going to take up an item to send you a letter asking for inclusion in a feasibility study. We were made aware of the idea to move the fairgrounds possibly to Sheridan, and we'd like for Lincoln to be considered because we have some space that would be very well used as a fairgrounds, which would also mitigate some concerns we have with our airport and put a number of noise issues in the same place so we could further buffer those and provide a long-term solution. I, for one, will say that the fair is dear to our heart in Placer County. So is the racing opportunity. And I think there's an opportunity to do something even greater for a larger events facility out in Lincoln, if possible, because I will say we have the sewer, we have the water, we have the transportation now. And so if that could be considered, we very much appreciate that. Again, I can't say for certain it will come forward, but I'm hopeful that my fellow council members will support that tonight and that you'll see something in the coming days asking for inclusion. So if you would include us, we'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Short. Anyone else like to speak on this item? If so, please come forward. Don't be shy. All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment, bring this back to the board. Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I just had a question. I just wanted to clarify on the comment that was just made about Lincoln's inclusion. My understanding of what staff is asking in terms of the feasibility study wouldn't necessarily be go out and evaluate various sites, but rather look at a needs assessment for what will it take to operate a successful fair slash, as we now have by virtue of the facilities at the fairgrounds, an annual entertainment center opportunity. I mean, there are various meetings that occur and activities that occur at the fairgrounds all year long. And so my understanding of what we're looking at is based on the kinds of activities that currently are conducted at our existing fairground facility and those that might be offered in an expanded amenity. Here are the kinds of things that you would need to find in a location that would be suitable for these activities. So it's almost the inverse of what it is that we just heard. It's not, let's go identify parcels that might be suitable for a fair. It's rather, what do you need to successfully run and operate this kind of an endeavor? And then what parcels, be they in Lincoln or Roseville or unincorporated Placer County or Rockland or Meadow Vista, what so I had to.
Put it in the Devereaux plan.
Forest Hill. Granite Bay. What might be appropriate for it? Is that correct?
That's exactly right.
Okay, thank you.
What we envision.
Thank you, Supervisor Euler. Any other comments or questions from the board?
Yes, Mary, I just wanted to comment and ask your opinion on the City of Roseville's comment with regards to item number 1. What's the practical effect of that?
Well, in short, it's complicated. I guess I would first make the comment that Mr. Robles is correct that the rules from 2011 did include a decibel level of 82 decibels, and I suspect that if you go back in the rules, it's been there for a long time. I can tell you, based on the studies that have been conducted out there since 2007, they've not been operating at 82 decibels or anywhere near that. And the 90 decibels that they're operating at now, based on the studies, are approximately 3 to 4 decibels lower than what was occurring in 2011 and even, certainly 2007 when the first studies were done. So, we've got the dilemma as to what's written on paper and what's actually happening out in the field. And I would argue that the levels that they're operating at now, based on the studies that we've done, are lower than they have been previously over the last couple of years. Can't speak to a while ago because that documentation doesn't exist. If your board takes no action, then the agreement continues. It's because it's a non-renewal provision. It's funny that way. If you take an action to non-renew and not to extend it, then the notice of termination would be provided to the Fair Association, effective in 2013. They would no longer have an agreement to operate the property, the Speedway. They would not conduct the fair. And frankly, I think the property would go dark, and it would become an asset for the county to figure out what to do with while the EIR is proceeding. The EIR will take, the stated term is a year. We're hopeful and anticipate that it will take less than that we may be able to accelerate various aspects of that review. But it would mean that there would be no operations on the fair for the calendar year 2013.
Any other questions, Supervisor Duran?
No.
Okay. I do have a number of questions, and I think my first one's probably addressed to Mr. Javidan. I'm looking at the 2012 late model technical rules, and this relates to exhaust. 10.3 in the highlighted information reads, all vehicles in this division competing, practicing, or testing at All-American Speedway are required to comply with the mandated maximum sound output restriction. All individual vehicles are required to meet a maximum decibel output of 90 dBA or less as measured from the viewing pad area above turn 4. No exceptions. My first question is, how far away is the viewing pad area above turn 4 from where these vehicles are operating?
50 feet.
That is the 50 feet, okay. And my second question, which probably should have been my first question, is were these rules adopted in 2012 by the Fair Association?
Yes.
So they are actually the rules under which you are meant to be operating today?
Yes.
Okay. And this next question is directed to Mary then. My understanding is they are operating above this 90 decibel limit. Is that correct?
No, the vehicles are tested and are operating below 90 decibels. The maximum level for any event is 100 decibels maximum. But the way that's tested is at 90 decibels per vehicle, and they are black flagging vehicles that are on the track during the test and tunes that exceed that. They have made modifications to the mufflers, and I understand that they have a vigorous program to be after the racers and to implement the changes so that they can be compliant. It's also important to note that our contract has no limitations whatsoever in it.
Okay. And then this last question is related to this, and it's actually for County Council on this. And my question is if there was a holding in 1974 or a ruling that they were to comply with the vehicle code at the time, which apparently was the 82 decibels, can the Fair Board or the County of Placer, for that matter, change that without going back through the court system to have that amended?
Yeah, to the extent that that judgment would still be valid, it would have been up to the parties to enforce at the time it was issued, and I'm not aware of any enforcement action that's occurred since 1974. So, yeah, any change in it has to be a change in the judgment. You'd have to look into whether it could be changed because of the passage of time since 1974.
Okay, and that's kind of a concern of mine. If we take this action to create these limits, which are the limits under which the Speedway is operating today, do we actually have the authority to do that?
You know, I prefer to look at the existing conditions the way SEQA would look at the existing conditions rather than an artificial 1974 judgment. That judgment might never have described the existing conditions at the fairgrounds. I think the best evidence of the existing conditions were the studies that the county has done since 2006 and 7 when these issues arose, and that's what we would consider to be existing conditions. And these decibel limits are no change to existing conditions, and in fact they enforce existing conditions so that the existing conditions don't get any worse.
Okay. I would be inclined today on 6.1, which is asking us to authorize the continuation of the existing agreement, to look at a continuation of this piece of today's agenda. Is my understanding from what you said, Mary, that if we just continue this, things continue as they are now because of the way the contract is put in place. Is that correct?
If the board takes no action to non-renew, the agreement will renew.
So if we take no action today, the agreement will continue as it is today in place. It would only by us be in our proactively taking a position to non-renew that it would non-renew. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. Okay, thank you. That helps me. Any other questions from the board? I would suggest, since these are 3 very discrete items that we're working with today, that we take them individually rather than trying to lump any of these together. So what is the pleasure of the board on 6.1, authorizing the continuation of the existing agreement?
Take a position on that and let the process continue that we're going down with regards to these other 2 items.
So,
Is that, pardon me? That's a motion, yeah.
okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, motion carries. We're also being asked under 6.2 to delegate authority to the Community Development Resource Agency Director to execute a contract with Rainey Planning and Management for preparation of the Phase 2 of the Speedway Operating Agreement EIR in an amount not to exceed $84,480. Before we get to that, I need a little clarity on how the process should have worked. If the Fair Board had come to us, gone through the CDRA process, applied for the permits, would it have then been their responsibility to pay these costs?
As I said, it's complicated. The property is county-owned property within the unincorporated limits and boundaries of the city of Roseville. And the only way that I can describe it, get my head around it, is we have a little donut hole from a land use perspective. The county does not recognize the zoning and land use provisions of the cities where it has property. Same, for instance, at the courthouse. And we implement as best we can in those circumstances when we have a sign permit or what have you, but we're not bound by the requirements of the city. Nor are there any zoning requirements of the county that are imposed on that particular piece of property. So the question is, would permits have had to been required? Clearly, building permits would have been required. Exactly would they have done a use permit? I think we would have deliberated on that question and probably developed a process for them to follow that would have put them through a CEQA process and a use permit type process. But there's no land use designation on this property that designates and says, thou shalt get a use permit for this particular use. I would say, based on the scope and the magnitude of the project as we now understand it to be, or found out it was at the time, that there would have been environmental review of some sort and potentially some sort of public process that would have gone along with it, and consequently that would have been a cost borne by the Fair Association.
Okay, so it sounds like what the brief version of that is had it followed the appropriate procedures, the Fair Association would have been the project proponent and would have had to pay the costs associated with that project.
In short, yes.
Okay. I'm not happy with the county being asked to foot this bill. I don't think it's appropriate for the county to foot this bill. I think the Fair Association should have followed the appropriate rules. We should have had more of an eagle eye on that process and made sure that they, like everyone else, had to go through the appropriate CDRA process. And so I'm not willing to support today the county paying this for this EIR, for this Phase 2. Those are just my comments. Supervisor Euler?
Yeah, I share your frustration, but unfortunately, it's kind of a sins of the father situation. We're looking at now 3 fair managers ago, or 4, 3 or 4 fair managers ago, where this decision was made, where this process was engaged. The board itself, I think there may be 2 or 3 members of the fair board itself that were there then. We have new directors that have taken a keen interest in the concerns expressed by the county. We have new management that's taken a keen interest in the concerns expressed by the county and the residents. And so my concern is this, any kind of a punitive action we take today isn't really punishing those that were responsible for the condition we find ourselves in. And I believe we have a board and a management staff that is actually working actively with the county and the community to try to solve the problem at this point.
I would concur with that, that we're in this process, to find out exactly what the issues are. And that's, I'd like to see the process move forward.
Supervisor Wygant?
I concur with the last 2 comments. I think key focus here is that we're all in this together, as Kirk and Spencer articulated. Fair is a critical part of our history, and it's a huge amenity that I think we want to commit to continuing until together we find a place where we can find a permanent solution to resolving some of the conflicts that have emerged over a very long history. And I think all of us in Placer County, particularly South Placer, have to focus on this issue that way. Otherwise, it's a huge challenge to make all this work. But I'm sure we can do it if we work together. So I think that's appropriate for the county to pick up this part of the cost, I guess.
So noted. Thank you. Any other comments before we take a vote on this? All right. I believe we had a first and a second on this. Did we have a motion on this yet?
I would move approval of item 2, delegating the authority to the CEDAR director to execute the contract in regard to the preparation of the EIR.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Okay. You convinced me, Robert. Thank you. This brings us to 6.3, provide direction to facility services regarding the preparation of an assessment and feasibility study for the fairgrounds. All right.
I didn't do it.
Not you. Okay. Was there any additional direction, Supervisor Euler? Did you want to give additional direction? No. Supervisor Wygant? And my comments on this are just encourage you to look at all areas throughout the county. I'm sure Tahoe City Golf Course would love to be the new home. So, joke, not really. All right. Do you need anything beyond that? Okay. It's not. I don't think we actually need a motion on this. It's just providing direction.
Just concurrence.
Are you clear? Do we have concurrence on that?
I think given the fact that we are actually talking about directing facilities as opposed to CEDRA And there was the direction previously provided to CEDRA in regard to specific feasibility for a fairground. I mean, just to be clear, I don't think it hurts to have a motion.
Okay, all right.
We go
All those
ahead.
in favor of the motion? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Thanks, Mary. Much appreciated. All right, we will move to our 11 o'clock timed item, Community Development Resource Agency Planning, Placer County Conservation Plan. This is an update with recommendations.
Good morning again. Michael Johnson with the Community Development Resource Agency. Staff is very pleased to be here this morning to present the board with an update on the status of the Placer County Conservation Plan. As the board is aware, this program has been in place and staff has been working on this for the last 12 years. During that time, Lauren Clark has been the principal in charge of that project, and Lauren will be making this morning's presentation.
Morning, members of the board. I wish Michael could have said Lauren has been working on the project for 5 years and is pleased to bring to the board today its final actions, but nevertheless, we're here for an update. So, at least we are still working on it, and we are making very good progress, which is, I think, the point of today's presentation. A lot of work has been done since we were last here with the board on the PCCP. And as background, this is a very comprehensive planning effort of the county, separate than our typical land use planning efforts, and that we're shifting our focus into the natural resources of western Placer County, where we find present endangered species, both listed in the Federal Endangered Species Act, the State Endangered Species Act. We also have waters of the United States, or as we commonly refer to them as wetlands, that are federally regulated, as well as regulated by the state of California, and increasingly so. And we also have streams that pass through western Placer County that are regulated by the Department of Fish and Game. All of those regulatory activities occur outside of these chambers, outside of our land use and development processes. They are regulation and activities of the state and federal government. So the objective of the PCCP is simply to prepare a plan that all of us agree to on the state and federal and local side, and we implement that plan over 50 years. We then become the steward of those resources and of those regulations on behalf of those agencies. We do, in many respects, the work for them, and then they monitor our activities. We've been busy since we were last here. We were here in September with an update to the board, as well as consideration of a letter that was sent to the city of Roseville. A lot of work has been done in terms of just meeting with the agencies, going over comments that they have provided us on the previous administrative draft document that we had prepared. There was a lot of data that needed to be updated in terms of what are the conditions as they exist on the ground in western Placer County. Most importantly, and we'll talk about it a little bit later in the presentation, we have amended our growth projections. Both Sacramento region through SACOG and COGs throughout the state of California, as they're doing their transportation planning, and certainly here as well, we've seen a reduction in expectation over the next decades in terms of the amount and type of growth, and that has affected our projections associated with the PCCP. We've seen some modifications to the reserve map. That is sort of the core of the conservation strategy, and we've had ongoing dialogue regarding the very important Clean Water Act, Section 404 of the Clean Water Act program. We've also decided that we need to start to change the emphasis of outreach beyond the process that we've been in for a number of years now. A lot of the focus has been on the activities, the discussions that occur at the ad hoc committee, which is comprised of 2 members of this board, Supervisors Wygant and Euler, and 2 council members from Lincoln, Councilmember Short and Mayor Short, Councilmember Cosgrove, both who are present today. And we've had to work through county and city issues, we've had to work through conservation issues, we've had to work through finance, governance issues, and we've done so successfully with the presentation we have today. Now there's more outreach that we need to focus on in terms of community participation, stakeholder participation, and sort of blending all those various stakeholders and providing opportunities for greater interaction. The staff report spells out some ideas. The general objectives are spelled out here on the screen. But overall, the goal is to get additional interaction between and amongst the key stakeholders. When we talk about the reserve map, we've been talking about trying to get a conservation reserve map with consensus since really the summer of 2005. That's when we first heard feedback from the wildlife agencies That's some fairly precisely driven or drawn map where we can measure what's happening within the landscape needs to come together. The map to my left is actually a concept drawing from the Department of Fish and Game in 2007. And what's key in that are the ideas that we have attempted to bring forward into the map that we have today. That on the valley floor, you have large reserve areas that are interconnected by linkages. And in the foothills, we have an opportunity for a large single block of land, mostly in the Bear River, Coon Creek watersheds, to be put into conservation. When you look at the map that we have today, that's essentially what we've been trying to achieve. Nested within that are all the things that we have to do for the endangered species. We have to preserve their habitat. We have to compensate for their losses where growth will impact the resources. You have to do it in such a way that you can measure that effect within the landscape. What you find in the colors on the map is purple, coincidentally Supervisor Euler's outfit today. I'm assuming that was done on purpose.
Of course. Every time we have the update, this is the shirt I wear. Thank you.
Areas in purple represent the reserve acquisition area, and it is the area within which we would see land go into conservation. It is not all of that boundary, it is some of that boundary. As growth occurs, impacts occur, we have to set aside land and restore land. Areas in green are areas that are already preserved today. Purple will turn to green over time. Areas in pale yellow is where the growth will occur. It's where growth is today, and it's where growth will occur in the future. Growth on the valley floor is very different than growth in the foothills. The valley floor is urban, the foothills are essentially rural residential, and the areas in gray represent the non-participating cities of Roseville, Rockland, Town of Loomis, and Auburn. In terms of changes to the map, area number 1 represents the Reason Farms area in the city of Roseville that was purchased by the city as part of their flood control initiatives to mitigate impacts to Sutter County. It has now been annexed into the city and is now, therefore, as a consequence, a non-participating city designation. Area number 2 is a general area north of Highway 65, south of Coon Creek, that is designated in federal law as critical habitat for vernal pool invertebrates. An additional amount of that area has been made available for conservation. Area number 3 also is a general designation of lands that the city of Lincoln has examined within their general plan that has the potential to be put into open space as their general plan moves forward. Area number 4 is where there's been a lot of conservation activity by Placer Land Trust and the County of Placer through the Placer Legacy Program, putting lands into permanent conservation. And then lastly, area number 5, there was 320 acres approximately of land adjacent to the old Toad Hill Estates that was previously designated a reserve acquisition area. That area is now recommended via this map to the board as being as part of the potential future growth area. Overall, you've seen a net change. You've grown some in the green. You've changed the purple because of the annexation primarily by Roseville. There's been a net reduction of 1,100 acres. One of the most notable changes that we are considering with this update is what's happening to growth. Overall in the region, we've seen about a third reduction, I think, with the MTP work that SACOG did in 2035. The valley floor essentially is an area that would urbanize, but will urbanize less. The less we urbanize and the more dense the footprint is, the less gross acres of land will convert over time via the PCCP. The foothills, it's already a highly fragmented rural residential environment. We will continue to see that rural residential area infill, but at a rural residential scale. When you look at the numbers, what you find overall is that the valley floor has a reduction of about 26%. 26% less growth in terms of acres of land converted. So it's not 26% less growth in population or industrial and commercial. It's the footprint of growth is 26% less, and even more so significant in the foothills at about 39%. In terms of where the growth occurs, the general projection is the southwest corner of the county, including the city of Roseville, will grow earlier, and that the growth will start to shift towards the north, towards the city of Lincoln, towards the latter portion of the permit. However, there is no restriction in the permit and in the plan in terms of that allocation. All of the growth could go to the city of Lincoln and none could come to the county. The plan could accommodate that or vice versa. All of the growth could go early to the city of Lincoln and later to the county, and the plan can accommodate that as well. In addition to the growth projections and modifications, we've spent a lot of time updating our data. As time goes by, things change. The landscape continues to modify, but also the tools that are available to us keep getting better and better and better. One of the early things that we did with this plan is we flew Western Placer County and we took a snapshot, and that was about 2003. Since then, there's been a lot of aerial photography available just in the commercial marketplace that is very high resolution, but never quite fully satisfied our needs because it was based upon whatever the vendor thought was the best photo they could take to sell within the general marketplace. This past spring, we paid for the flight, we picked the date of the flight, we coordinated that with the wildlife agencies to get optimum conditions really for the valley floor to identify vernal pools and vernal pool complexes. So the photo on the right was the last commercially available flight we had, which was fall of 2009. The landscape is very dry unless irrigated. For optimum conditions for the vernal pool imagery, we really want wet conditions. Shortly after a rain event, pools are full. You can see them in the landscape. The quality of the photo was exceptional, and as a consequence, we were able to remap the vernal pool landscape. The good news is the numbers didn't change appreciably overall. It's about a 44,000 acre footprint in terms of vernal pool grasslands, but the accuracy of the prediction, the accuracy of where the resources are, and the type and quality of the resources today is much better. Another source of data which was in the public domain is something known as LiDAR. It's essentially radar using a laser. And what's important about it is, one, it was free, 2008 vintage from the state of California. It would be very expensive for us to acquire this if we had to pay for it ourselves. And two, most importantly, is it provides a very accurate depiction of the relief of the topography in Western Placer County. If you were to take a standard USGS map today, you would get a 20-foot elevation, contour elevation. With this data, we can get about 3 inches of contour elevation. You can see a rice check in the field. And as the years go by, it's also very important for change detection. These are two of the products of the data. It's electronic data that you can manage and modify in a variety of ways. The image on the left simply shows elevation change, often like you would see in a topographic map. Green is lower and white is higher. The image on the right is we selected 2-foot contour intervals. When we got much closer than that, everything just sort of blurred into a lot of data points. But again, it's very precise information that can be used in a variety of ways, not the least of which is establishing baseline conditions and further delineating where wetlands in particular are. Another data product that's emerging, and LiDAR is continuing to affirm its utility, is the ability to restore vernal pool wetlands and grasslands in Western Placer County based upon disturbance that has occurred over time where it hasn't been converted to rice. So these are grasslands where the vernal pool wetland value has diminished over time, and we can find with the data sources we have, the soil, the LiDAR, the updated veg mapping, where the potential to restore vernal pool resources are, which is an important component of the strategy because we have to replace that which is lost. We have the burden to preserve as well as the burden to replace. So overall, we have a brand new valley floor snapshot. What you find is a pretty typical cross-section of the lower foothill county in this case, where the extreme west is in agricultural production, mostly rice. There's a transitional grassland area, and as you move into the lower foothills, you get into a grassland foothill environment, a foothill woodland environment, and as you move east, further east into that, you get into the hardwoods themselves. Another key component of the strategy is when you take that purple map and you calculate the amount of take, and then you calculate the amount of land you're going to set aside, ultimately that can be expressed as a ratio. That ratio is very important for planning purposes as well as very important for financial purposes. We can calculate the cost of plan based upon these ratios. What you have on this figure is the ratios as they were originally drafted in the February 2011 document that this board allowed us to submit for agency review, and then the ratios that are proposed today. This is specific to the vernal pool resources, again, where we spend the majority of our time in our deliberations. The net effect is that there's approximately 16,000 acres of impact that would occur between now and the end of the permit term. These ratios would yield 24,000 acres of grassland going into conservation, and on that grassland you would both preserve and restore, consistent with these numbers. And lastly, in terms of the program, moving away from the strategy itself in terms of conservation and restoration of habitat and species, one of the very important program elements has been the ability to fully integrate the Clean Water Act Section 404 permitting process, as well as streambed alteration agreements with the state and other elements of wetland regulation into the Placer County program as envisioned by the PCCP. This has yet to be done. East Contra Costa County is getting very close. Placer County has been working at it this quite some time as well. But what you would have is a local ordinance managed by Placer County, where we are essentially doing the work on behalf of the Corps of Engineers. We are processing on their behalf. We are developing the mitigation standards consistent with the plan, and then implementing on their behalf. There's varying degrees of the Corps' permit activity, but essentially we're doing the work. That's the goal. We also gain the benefit of having an EIR-EIS prepared for the plan that could be used as a tiering document for subsequent projects. There will also be a memorandum of understanding between the county and the Corps, which will really define the rules and the procedures around which we will implement this program over time. The reason why we need an MOU is essentially this hasn't been done before, and we need some sort of interagency document that really holds us together. In terms of governance, the model that continues to be looked at is a joint powers authority between the county and the city of Lincoln. The JPA's role is to manage the PCCP, but not to be the regulator. So they manage the funds, they buy the land, they restore the land, they monitor the land, they report to the agencies. The regulatory activities still occur here at the county and there at the city of Lincoln as they do today. Their lead agency under CEQA, they have police power authority over land use. They're simply folding in the PCCP into the regulatory procedures. The JPA then takes over and manages that landscape on their behalf. The Wildlife Agency's primary role is to watch us, to monitor us, to ensure that we're successfully implementing the plan. So as we move the work program forward, and you'll see in our recommendations that there's some key elements, there's still some outstanding issues that we think that are worthy of considerable discussion and debate and report back to the board. The stay-ahead provision of the plan is a key element where we actually have to have lands already in conservation on day 1, year 1 of the permit. We've done very well in the foothills with the work of Placer Legacy. We've done very little in the valley floor. The acquisition of key parcels at the beginning of the permit term is really related to the stay-ahead. Mitigation banks still have lots of questions. The primary concern is we are concerned about preservation credits leaving the county and the inability for us to buy out-of-county preservation credits from somebody else. It's a one-way street unless we can manage that issue differently. Occurrence data is a big deal because we don't have very much. There's just not a lot of occurrence data about the presence and absence of species in Placer County. Usually it results from people looking prior to the development of a project, then the project occurs and the occurrence data then obviously becomes obsolete. So in general, we don't have a lot of public land and we don't know an awful lot about where the species are, so we have to model a lot of things. Acquisition assurances is really when you buy land, is the land that you're acquiring really going to provide the right place for species to not only survive but hopefully repopulate and result in delistings. The length of the permit term is something that we have to provide justification for, and then obviously the outstanding question with the City of Roseville and their participation. So in next steps, if you follow the recommendation at the end of the report, we really move into a fairly traditional work program at this point. This could be a community plan that now needs to move forward and finish its policy document. We need a finance plan. That's been on hold for a number of years. We need some sort of implementation agreement, which is very much like a development agreement. We also need to prepare an EIR as well as an EIS. Those two elements of the work program, the EIR-EIS and finance plan, have been on hold for about 5 years, allowing the ad hoc process to bring this conservation strategy forward. Once we do that, if you concur today that we can move the work program forward, we believe that we will be able to bring this plan hopefully to a conclusion within approximately 2 years, 2.5 years' time. So in general, our recommendations are direct county staff to prepare the PCCP consistent with the changes discussed in this report, authorize staff to proceed with the EIR-EIS, and also authorize staff to proceed with the finance plan. And then lastly, I just wanted to thank the participants of the ad hoc committee, both Supervisor Euler and Wygant, as well as Mayor Short and Councilmember Cosgrove. It's been 5 long years to get to this point, and there's been a lot of good work. There's also the agency management here is from the Department of Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife Service, and also want to thank the efforts of the Biological Stakeholder Working Group. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Lauren. Supervisor Euler, your light's on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Michael, did you have anything you wanted to add to that? Okay. Mayor Short or Councilman Cosgrove, was there anything you wanted to add to this?
Tom Cosgrove, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Lincoln. The mayor will provide the bulk of the comments. I'm just here to support being part of the ad hoc committee. I just want to compliment the Supervisor Wygant, Supervisor Euler for the work that's been done over the time, and the board itself for the work that's been over time on the Placer County Conservation Plan. And of course the staff, and in particular Lauren, the time, work, and passion that he brings to this is only going to benefit the region as a whole in perpetuity, which is quite a long time. Again, just thanking everybody for their efforts in the work. This is consistent with the future of the city of Lincoln, which has been one of the most important primary concerns that I've had, and I appreciate the cooperation and the sense of working together that's gotten us to where we are. Thank you.
And I'd like to recognize your yellow shirt representing the development opportunity area around the city of Lincoln that you fought for so vigorously.
And that's why
Spencer Short, Mayor, City of Lincoln. I'm not really sure there's much more to say. Lauren said everything very well, but this has been a long process, and I'm actually fairly new to the process, only having been here for about the last 2 years in the PCCP. But I will say this has been an excellent process to be able to work through what the various issues that we have in front of us, and also to make sure that all of western Placer County is well planned throughout the next 50-year period. And given that Lauren mentioned questions about the length of the plan, I think it's the appropriate length of plan for us. Our general plan is a 50-year general plan, which I think is one of the first 50-year general plans in the state. We did that to make sure that we could dovetail with transportation and infrastructure needs. And this is actually an infrastructure need if you really look at this, because we need open space. Placer County is different from most other counties around because we don't believe in urbanizing everything. We want the open space. We treasure our open space. In fact, that's also part of Lincoln's general plan and part of our philosophy. So with that, I'll just say thank you to everyone. Lauren, you've been amazing through this whole process. Supervisor Euler, Supervisor Wygant, while we didn't always agree on everything, we were able to come to agreements that made sense for this entire county. And I'm looking forward to the next steps. I think that now our opportunity is to work with the various resource agencies and come to those agreements that will help us move this plan forward and, in fact, hopefully leapfrog a few of those others that were mentioned so that we can go ahead and implement this. So thank you again, and again, we look forward to the next steps. One thing, since I have a little bit of extra time, if we could also consider, and we briefly discussed this, but also if there's a possibility to bring NID into this plan, I think that would really help the overall plan because NID has a portion of Placer County. I think that would be helpful to make sure that they can coordinate with PCWA, which they're already doing, but I think reaching out to them would really help. So thank you very much.
Any other public comments on this item? Now's the time to come forward if you'd like to speak to this.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Moore, and I am the field supervisor for the Sacramento Fish and Wildlife Office. Thank you for letting me speak today. I have very short comments. I just wanted to say that the Fish and Wildlife Service believes this plan is moving forward. We're making good progress. You heard a few of the issues that are left to be addressed, but we're very confident that we can bring this home in a relatively short period of time. You also heard Lauren say we've already reviewed the administrative draft one time or given specific comments. We have regular meetings. We're hoping that with our continued commitment to a close working relationship, we can avoid many duplicate reviews and bring this home relatively shortly, as I've said before. I also think that it's a very excellent process in trying to marry the ESA regulations along with the 404 regulations to streamline the process. In streamlining the permitting process, I really think we're providing a excellent service to the constituents of Placer County. We're making this permitting time less onerous than it currently is. To illustrate the commitment to this process by the Fish and Wildlife Service, over the last 11 years, we have provided $1.4 million in Section 6 planning grants. The most recent one was in 2011 when we provided $537,000 towards this process. We also have, I personally have started attending some of the principals' meetings, and I have personally made a commitment that our staff will be available whenever and how often is needed to make sure this process moves forward. So I'd like to acknowledge Supervisor Euler and Wygant for their commitments. Lauren Clark, of course, is wonderful. Mayor Short and Congressman Cosgrove, you're also very... Did I get that wrong? You're not a congressman? Darn it! I thought I had more power. I'm sorry. Councilman Cosgrove, for your commitment, too. I think that we have a good working group and a lot of commitment that is evident to continue moving forward with this HCP and CCP process. So thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Anyone else like to speak to this?
Good afternoon. Jeff Drongenson, Department of Fish and Game, Program Manager for Region 2, which incorporates Placer County. And I would just like to reiterate our support. It's a high priority for us to have this conservation plan move forward. You guys have all the components necessary. You have the political support, the staff support. You have all of the other constituents necessary. It is a priority for us to hopefully incorporate Roseville into this process. To have all of the jurisdictions buy into this conservation plan. It is a high priority, like I said, to the Department of Fish and Game. We have other conservation plans around the state. This one is moving very well forward, and we just want to reiterate our support. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to address this? Yes, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Bob Shattuck with Lennar Communities. I'm a member of the Biological Working Group and spoke in favor back in February 2011. I'd like to, first of all, also compliment the ad hoc committee and the work of the staff has been excellent. I would like to support the staff recommendation, but with an asterisk this time. So I'd like to discuss the asterisk briefly if I can. Same three issues basically I talked about in February 2011. They're still hanging out there. And I think it's important as you begin to spend additional money on the EIR and the EIS and all of that work that you start to get some progress in the other areas other than the biology in short order seems appropriate. First issue is the 404 permit that goes along with this. There's discussion about it. The intent to coordinate 404 permitting with the PCCP is admirable. It's critical, in my opinion. This is a aquatic resource-driven plan, largely, and so it just has to happen. But it's still a lot of unanswered questions about how it will apply. And specifically, the CARP application of the CARP process could be very limited. So this MOU is critical. And before, if I were in your shoes, before I'd spend too much money down the road of the EIR, I'd want to see more progress in the area of kind of term sheet deal points intent of how the rest of the 404 permitting will work, and what will fall under the CARP, and what will the process be for those properties that don't fall under the CARP, which I think potentially could be the bulk of the development in western Placer County. And so very important to understand how that's going to work. We're not much further along than we were in February 2011 in that regard, and it's very important, and I think the next step is appropriate now to start to focus on some of those issues. Second thing is financial feasibility. You know, we've mentioned the finance plan has kind of been put off while we've worked and focused on the biology, but the mitigation has ratcheted up. There hasn't been a lot of involvement, at least of the biological working group, on what that means to financial feasibility. It's hard to get your arms around that because we're shifting paradigms here. We're going to a gross acre basis versus a wetted acre basis, and so the ratios that seem, you know, reasonable and low may not be financially feasible in a gross acre basis, or they may be. It's hard to tell. We don't have enough information to really get our arms around it. I'm sorry.
Please continue.
Okay. So the on that issue, you know, it's not really an apples to apples comparison. I don't have any way to go, but if you look just across the county line, the HCP across the county line on a gross acre basis is 0.5 to 1. We're at 1.5 to 1 in this proposal. The cost per developable acre is $32,000 an acre across the county line. If it's similar, we're looking at about $100,000 an acre at 1.5 to 1. I don't know that that's an apples to apples comparison, but it starts to get into real numbers where financial feasibility is an issue that needs to be looked at, and I would hope we'd start to put some attention into that before you get to the, you know, a final finance plan and final EIR, so that you haven't spent all of that money before you have kind of a litmus test on financial feasibility. We need to try to get our arms around it. And the third thing is really related to that as well, but it's the issue of putting some brain power into alternatives to an endowment-based funding of the ongoing O&M in perpetuity. And the reason for that is that really drives a lot of the costs, for example, across the county line. The land costs really are fairly manageable. It's the O&M costs that drive the cost of the program. And the reason for that is at a 2% cap rate, every dollar of annual O&M costs you $50 in a fee. And so you can see how that very rapidly drives the cost of implementing the program. And those are all very important issues. I think the attention of the ad hoc committee and the staff has been appropriate. You've made great progress, and I'm just encouraging that we now kind of take a good hard look at these while you go into the EIR, EIS stage of things. So thank you for your time, and I'm sorry for going over.
Perfectly all right. Thank you for your comments.
All right, thank you.
Any other member of the public like to comment on this? Please come forward.
Well, good afternoon. Terry Davis, member of the Biological Working Group. I guess I stopped counting at 12 years, so it's been something longer than that. I think that there are, as Bob noted, challenges ahead. There's nuts and bolts of this that really have to be worked out, and I'd like to see a stronger role for stakeholders. I think these days nothing really succeeds unless you can meet the interests of the stakeholders. And we've always supported the concept behind this plan, planning where the county will grow, where the cities will grow, where conservation farmland will take place. And this plan can do that and offer a very efficient way of accomplishing both aims. But it needs strong stakeholder, I think, substantive involvement, not just window dressing. So as we finish this thing out and work out these nuts and bolts, I hope that that occurs. Good, strong stakeholder engagement. And it's amazing. One of the things that's been amazing to me is kind of as Bob, I think, coined the phrase, alignment of interests. And we often find ourselves right on the same page with the building community. We both want to get to the same place. We both can see the same obstacles. We both want to make this thing work, and we see a way to make it work. And one of the things that I emphasize in my thinking is that this is a habitat conservation plan, that there are many efficiencies if we can look at it that way. By protecting habitat, you protect many species, not only those listed, currently listed. You may have more listings in the future, but if you protect natural communities, that's what this is all about. So I really hope we don't get bogged down in the minutia of having, these occurrence surveys concern me a great deal. If we get bogged down and we end up back where we were, then what are we doing all this for? Let's keep this as a habitat, protecting habitat and mitigating for the types of habitat that are going to be impacted by development. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Any other member of the public like to comment on this? Now's your chance. All right, seeing no one coming forward, I'll bring it back to the board. Robert?
Thanks. So first of all, I guess I'm going to assume that I'm going to be forgiven by everybody that I've irritated over the last 12 years as we went through this process, but Jim's shaking his head. But I feel relatively safe driving down to Granite Bay and into Lincoln when I spend sales tax at Home Depot for the farm, by the way, or somewhere in South Placer in the future study area. So with that, I want to thank all of the folks that have constructively participated, but Spencer and Tom in particular, Primo before you, the folks from the regulatory agencies who really worked with us well, trying to focus on the bigger vision, folks from the development community, biological working group, citizens advisory committee before that. Lauren, if we had a Congressional Medal of Honor at the county, I'd recommend you receive it. County Exec's office all these years for spending a fortune and supporting us through some times that were fairly difficult for sure. And my colleague Kirk on the PCC, on the ad hoc committee, we did have some rather intense discussions amongst all of us. And with the four of us on the committee, there were times when there were probably 7 different intense opinions floating around that somehow needed to be reconciled. So with all that, a couple of things I do want to address. Bob, your points are well taken. We need to make sure that whereas I think we have very firm agreement as to what the vision of all this ought to look like, the devil is in the details. Terry, same to you. But on the 404 permit, last couple of meetings we've had with the regulatory agencies, I just want to publicly state that what I heard was concurrence basically on the notion by everybody in the room, including the regulatory agencies, that we would have representation from the responsibilities for the cities and the county's responsibility to implement better conservation. But as a result of that, the process would include that in the very beginning of a development process, pre-development meeting, all the way through to approval at the Planning Commission, that the conservation strategy would be taken into consideration as we go through the process, just as we deal with roads and sewers and parks and school sites. And ministerially, at the end of that process, upon approval by the Planning Commission, a 404 permit would be issued 30, 60, 90 days thereafter. How we cross those T's and dot those I's is key, of course, and it does have to be enforceable. But conceptually, I'm of the understanding that everybody is exactly on the same page, and I think there's been huge progress made in that agreement. I do agree that we, at this point, as we go through some of this technical work, need to make sure we daylight it better. The ad hoc members had to work through some issues, but I think we've done that, and we can have much more ongoing interaction with the biological working group or however that gets modified. Things like ratios, Bob, as to whether or not they fit the bill, it's important to first start out acknowledging that it is difficult to compare apples to apples, and so we have to start with that beginning. But in the end, I think the outcome, the broad concept is that the City of Lincoln and the county are committing to a far better level of conservation than currently exists under the existing permitting process. It's going to be embedded in our broad, long-range planning for land development and land conservation. So we're committing to those agencies that we're going to do a better job than the existing permitting process. I think my expectation, having looked at the numbers and the work that we've done so far, is that the outcome will be that it's going to be a lot faster for the development community to get through the process, but the dollar cost is probably going to be similar. Things like cap rates on endowments, I'm confident we can be looking at 4% kinds of returns, maybe better. We know there are ways we can likely offset that by even decreasing the endowment and having some of that offset based on effectively a property tax revenue stream. But those are the kinds of details that we need to weave our way through, but based on, I think, a lot of specific discussion recently that adhered to those broad concepts. So again, thanks to everybody. I think this is a great milestone, and we can finally look at wrapping this up as we get through some of these administrative processes.
Supervisor Euler.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate Robert's leadership on this project. It's been an interesting juxtaposition from time to time with Robert wanting to do everything he can to maximize conservation opportunities, preserve it in perpetuity, and use development as that tool, and my position constantly kind of having to remind him that, okay, but development is the key to that happening, and so let's remember that while it is a conservation plan, the development part of it is critical to its success. So we have to, in the end, be mindful that while we can come up with a wonderful plan on the wall that has pretty colors on it, if we want to get conservation on the ground, it still has to work from the business angle. And to that end, I want to thank both Terry and Bob for their work on the biological working group, along with others, Ed and Julie, that have been involved, I know, on an ongoing basis, and a number of others. But you guys have, while we have tended from time to time to dwell in the minutia, you guys have kind of always reminded us to keep our eye on the ball, and I appreciate that. And I agree with Terry's sentiment that moving forward, I would like to see an even bigger role played by those folks in the biological working group, and increasing that stakeholder pool, I think, is important, and making sure that the numbers, as we're talking about the feasibility of this, making sure that the numbers are daylighted so that the folks on the conservation side, or with that as their focus, understand what those on the business community side are thinking, what they're concerned about. And I think if we continue in that vein, as I think we, working with Tom and Spencer and Primo, as we have to get us to that point, if we continue now with the agencies at the table, I think we will successfully, as Susan said, bring this home and get this project done. So thanks, of course. Without Warren, we'd all just be flailing about in all of this. So, Warren, really want to recognize your efforts in keeping us focused and on task. So thank you very much as well.
I would just like to echo both Supervisor Euler and Supervisor Wygant's comments, and really express my appreciation to the Biological Working Group, to all the stakeholders who participated in this, the City of Lincoln, and really, Lauren, to you, because I think without your driving force behind this, and Robert, we wouldn't even be here 12 years down the line. We'd be God knows where. And I really want to honor and recognize all the work that you've put into this, along with staff from CDRA. This was not this was not Lauren Clark, knight in shining armor. There were people behind you helping with this process.
You beat me to it. I wanted to make sure that came across, as this was very much a staff-supported initiative. There's a strong and good consultant team, but without the strength of county staff, I'm the spokesperson for a lot of people who work on this plan, and it's really the staff who've really been able to bring this home to this point.
And I want to thank Michael as well, as head of CDRA. he has to allocate staff time, resources, and dollars. And without your willingness to continue the work on what has been an over decade-long process, it wouldn't have happened without you, so thank you. Really appreciate that. Any other comments from the board? All right, what's the... All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, thank you very much. Our last timed item was timed for 11:30. It is a county executive item. Out of deference to Peter Kratz, who I think is actually here somewhere, would the board be willing to hear the last untimed item before we get to that timed item so Peter can get back to his real job?
We're here either way.
Or at least have lunch. We're here either way, but, you know, Peter drove a long way. So, Peter, would you mind coming forward? Sure. Thank you.
I want to go to the next item, too.
Okay, you're going to hang out for it? Okay.
But I appreciate shifting your schedule. Peter Kratz, for the record, with Public Works here for department item number 15. This item consists of asking for your board to adopt a resolution authorizing the chairman of the board to award and execute construction contract number 1127 for the subject project to Western Engineering Contractors, Inc. for $1,547,457 and authorize our Director of Public Works to execute contract change orders up to 10% of the contract amount. Briefly, the project details include the following. The project is located on Forest Hill Road, just east of Auburn and east of the Forest Hill Bridge, about 2 miles east of the bridge. The project objective is to improve safety on a stretch of road, Forest Hill Road, and at the intersection of Old Auburn Forest Hill Road, where there is a high accident history, as a lot of you know. We will achieve this objective through hill cutting and retaining wall construction that will allow straightening of the road and drainage improvement, mainly along a substandard curve above Lake Clementine, and that'll include repaving about 1,200 feet of road. We have combined 2 federally funded projects into one construction contract for efficiency. The schedule will be to complete the project by this Thanksgiving. There will be some delays on Forest Hill Road through temporary lane closures or detours, but no anticipated road closures. The department advertised bids for construction back on April 24th, and the bid opening was on May 31st, with 4 bids being received. Western Engineering Contractors, Inc. was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder at approximately $1.55 million, under our engineer's estimate of $1.6 million. The project is cleared environmentally to proceed. Fiscally, the construction contract contingency, and construction management effort are covered by a variety of fund sources, including 2 separate federal grants known as the High Risk Rural Road Program and Highway Safety Improvement Program, both administered through Caltrans. The federal grants will be matched by state Proposition 1B funds, local transportation funds, and county traffic impact fees. There are sufficient funds in the Department 12-13 fiscal year budget for the contract and other associated and expected costs. So with that, the formal request of your board is to adopt the resolution before you on this item, and I am here to address any questions you might have.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions or comments from the board? All right. Any questions or comments from the public on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. What's the pleasure? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right. At this time, we will move to our 11:30 timed item. County Executive Fiscal and Policy Workshops. We'll be talking about 2 different issues today. We'll first have an infrastructure workshop and then a 5-year budget strategy workshop. Graham Knaus presenting both.
Good morning, or afternoon, evening.
Sorry.
Hopefully not. We have 2 different items for you this morning or this afternoon to work through, and as a lead-in to that, I should reference in light of the time that we will move through these with some in an expeditious manner. In light of the time, there are comprehensive staff reports associated with each of these items. They cover a lot of ground. We'll be touching on the highlights and the significant policy issues for your board to consider relative to them. And I should note that both staff reports and for the infrastructure item, all of the board-adopted plans referenced in the memo have been posted on our county budget webpage, so it's all available centrally for those seeking access. So from an infrastructure perspective, this afternoon we're going to go through what will be a very broad definition of infrastructure. We will go through review the current state of infrastructure through my colleagues representing each of their functional areas and the expertise there. We will discuss the outlook in terms of where we're at overall in infrastructure and how to move forward, and with some requested actions and next steps of your board. From a definition standpoint, infrastructure is really there are two different types of infrastructure, direct and indirect. And from a direct standpoint, what we're talking about are those things where it's a direct service to the public, such as paving a road, having a sewer system, an available trail to the public, versus those things that are indirect infrastructure, the required infrastructure in order to ensure access to county services, such as having a building for to access the county assessor or CEDRA, or the treasurer tax collector. And so we're including all of that in terms of the definition of infrastructure. In terms of how we approach it from a budget standpoint, we break it down from a capital perspective and the maintenance side within our budget in each of the different functional areas. From a planning perspective, there are a variety of board-adopted infrastructure plans that have been in functional areas to serve specific purposes over time. They include the Capital Facilities Financing Plan, which is the funding plan for the large capital facility projects within the county. The Comprehensive Facilities Master Plan focused on the Placer County Government Center, dealing with the county footprint there and the planning in the years ahead. Information Technology Strategic Plan approved by your board at the end of last year, dealing with the existing technology and new technologies going forward. And from an annual budget standpoint, we have project lists on the public works side and for capital projects that are included in terms of their annual look. The fire mitigation plan is well related to the capital equipment and facilities cost in the area of fire protection. Looking at our total operating budget related to infrastructure, we've pulled out the slice of pie that represents all of the capital project costs and all of the maintenance costs and the associated 276 or so county staff charged with maintaining the countywide infrastructure. It's about 28% of the pie. So this includes the direct costs of supplies in order to work through infrastructure projects, what it requires in order for county staff to manage them, and those that are directly responsible as county staff in providing those infrastructure-related services. In addition to that, from a special district standpoint, those under your board's authority are heavily focused on meeting infrastructure needs. This is the lighting districts, the sewer maintenance districts, and others charged with generally an assessment-based approach in terms of meeting infrastructure. So that too is included in how we've defined infrastructure for these purposes. From a funding perspective, there are a number of tools available to the county related to moving forward on infrastructure. Certainly, general fund. From a discretionary standpoint, general fund has been a critical tool in terms of ensuring the infrastructure needs are being met. Federal and state funds, a variety of fees, developer impact fees, user fees, and others. And from a debt issuance standpoint, there are the certificates of participation, and also tobacco securitization, which used to be one of the primary funding tools within the capital facilities financing plan, but is no longer a viable funding source at the moment. With that framework, we will transition to working through each of the functional areas related to infrastructure. We will begin with facilities and Jim Durfee.
Thank you, Graham. Jim Durfee, Director of Facility Services. Facility Services, as your board is aware, plays a role in mostly managing the county's infrastructure that supports county functions, although we also have some public infrastructure in terms of sewers, water systems, parks and trails and open space and so forth. We manage capital projects for the sewer systems, the water system for the community of Sheridan, and then a couple of on-site water systems, Placer County Government Center, our Cabin Creek facility, so we have water systems that we manage as well. We also manage all of the county's garbage infrastructure, and we might not think of that in terms of infrastructure. It's mostly provided by franchise haulers and other contractors through franchise fees, but we do manage several collection points throughout the county that your board is responsible for funding. Right now we're undertaking a large project up at the Forest Hill transfer station, so we have garbage infrastructure that we're maintaining as well. We're responsible, as Graham mentioned, for master planning for those types of facilities, and we're currently working on updating the facilities master plan. We will be bringing updates to your board over the upcoming weeks on that project as well. But we do all of the planning, engineering, design, and construction for those major capital projects. We are also responsible for maintaining the facilities that are constructed through those projects, and I'm going to talk quite a bit about maintenance as we get down to the bottom of this slide. Historical approach to the projects is, from a capital perspective, we've pulled together plans going back to really to the early 1990s in the development of the facilities master plan, the subsequent development of the capital facilities impact fee, and then finally the development of the capital facilities financing plan, which pulls together capital financing from a number of different sources to construct the major projects. So we're responsible for maintaining that process and keeping that process underway. Your board's well aware of the major projects that we've completed, both in terms of capital facilities, buildings, and so forth, but also some of the major infrastructure projects, and then projects like the Hidden Falls Regional Park and other parks and trails project that also flow out of those types of funds and into the public domain. In terms of maintenance, we typically maintain our facilities on a budgetary basis year to year, meaning that we don't have very long-term maintenance plans. We do some very discrete long-term planning in terms of projects that would actually turn into capital projects, re-roofing, major rehabilitation of the buildings and so forth. But on an ongoing basis, our buildings are actually maintained on an annual year-to-year basis. I will tell your board that, and I've been up here a number of times over the past 4 or 5 years and mentioned this, we are currently maintaining our facilities at what we would consider to be kind of the lowest possible levels due to current economic trends and the budget situation that we've been in for the last several years. And it is time for us to start to develop a plan for near-term kind of catch-up work on those maintenance responsibilities. We've been deferring some roofing projects, flooring projects, those kinds of things. And I'm not talking about major capital projects here, but we are at a point now where we're going to have to be dealing with that through the budget, and we'll be working with the CEO's office over upcoming years to bring a little bit more to the table in terms of some catch-up work on the maintenance work. I think current state of the infrastructure that Facility Services is responsible for is pretty good. We've made great strides in terms of capital buildings, capital facilities, parks, that type of infrastructure. I think over the last decade and a half, we've really made great strides in terms of replacing old and aged facilities, keeping up with the demand that development through the last decade put on our facilities. We've done a very good job of that. Your board is acutely aware, I think, of some of the capital deficiencies that we have in our sewer systems. Our sewer systems are aging. We have regulatory problems. I won't relive the 20 or so hours that we've spent in this room talking about some of those issues over the last years. But I think we're on paths to correct a lot of those things and get caught up. But that is one of the major challenges that we're going to continue to have, is to develop capital plans for the sewer systems. In terms of funding and challenges upcoming overall, I think the current state of the economy really is the major challenge we have. Capital facilities impact fees are coming in very, very slowly. On the other hand, the demand that development or the lack of development is placing on our facilities offsets that. It has stretched out the timeline need for expansion or rehabilitation of facilities. But simply coming up with funding and financing plans to meet our needs, given the new state of the economy and what that's likely to be over the upcoming years, is probably going to be the most significant challenge we have. I think in terms of the nuts and bolts and what those types of facilities are, I think your board is pretty aware through the planning processes that we've been through. But the challenge we're going to have is going to be to come up with ongoing funding plans to meet those challenges. Unless you have questions about the facility services piece of this, I'd be happy to turn the microphone over to Ken Graham.
Any questions from the board? I did have a couple of very quick questions. A couple of issues in the Tahoe area specifically, and we've talked about these before. The Burton Creek, the sheriff's office up there, 17 years, the grand jury's told us we need to do something about it, and I just think we need to have a discussion about how we're going to move forward with that project. I realize that it's really a difficult challenge for a lot of reasons up there, financial to some extent being the least of them. But I think we certainly need to at least come up with a strategic plan for how we're going to move that forward over the next X number of years, understanding that the courts are planning on relocating and that we will not be part of that relocation as we had always envisioned, and what that means for us. On the same sort of general topic, looking at the Tahoe Placer County Government Center vision that we've had up there, Stephen K. Brown's property up there is on the market. It is for sale. It is the property that we had all, I think, envisioned putting a government center on. Just need to do a little analysis and think about what does that mean for us. Do we look at a different site, or do we purchase part of his property and move forward with acquiring that with the government center still in mind in Kings Beach, or what does it mean? It's a whole new world that we need to think about up there. And then certainly not least, but last, is looking at the maintenance of the South Placer Justice Center and figuring out how we're going to fund that over the years. I'm not even talking about operations, the different piece, but maintenance of the physical structure itself and how we're going to approach that. So those are really my three main concerns in terms of facility services. I think we're made great progress on sewer. I think we're addressing a lot of the other capital issues that you've noted up here, and I think really your department has done a great job on that, but there's a couple of physical structures that we're really going to need to think about over the coming years, and frankly the Middle Fork revenue and the general fund aren't going to be able to handle that. So
I think a couple of points, if I may. Burton Creek, as your board's aware, is a moving target. We've had a number of iterations with the courts. We've, over the most recent year, been watching their process to determine whether there was the viability of a co-location up there. There's a misconception that facility is certainly old. It's certainly not adequate. There's a misconception that it is not compliant. That's not the case. It is compliant with the pertinent regulations and codes and so forth. We could not construct it the way it is today, but as an ongoing facility, it is compliant with the code. So there's a misconception that it's a non-compliant facility. That doesn't in any way mitigate the fact that it needs to be addressed and needs to be replaced. I agree completely with that. And we do continue to track that. And as a matter of fact, we'll be back to your board very soon with a response to the grand jury on that issue. In terms of South Placer, it brings up a great point. One of the things that we've done in terms of maintenance is that, based on direction from your board over the last several years, we're evolving the way we maintain the facilities pretty dramatically. We're trying to augment current staff and current disciplines that we have within staff with targeted, very specific contract services. In our parks, we're looking right now at contracting some of our median and roadway maintenance. In the future, we're looking at augmenting parks on a very seasonal basis because of the ebb and flow of the workload in that regard. In South Placer, we've recently, as your board is aware, awarded a contract for the interim maintenance of that facility until such time as that's occupied. We continue to work with the CEO's office on a long-term plan for the maintenance of that facility. So that is, believe me, very high on our list of priorities. But with your board's direction and support, we're making a lot of movement and strides in evolving the way we provide those services. So I appreciate you actually reminding me that to bring that point up. We plan on continuing that evolution.
Great, thank you. I see no other comments or questions, so.
With that, I think it's Ken's turn.
Thanks, Jim. Good afternoon, Ken Grimm with Public Works. And the bulk of infrastructure that we manage as a department is really focused on our transportation infrastructure, our roads and our bridges. And there's a large dollar value associated with that infrastructure. On the road end, just the pavement, the replacement value of our pavement is upwards of about $400 million. Our bridge infrastructure, upwards of about $500 million. And then another $50 million in various other traffic signals and signage and drainage facilities. That's almost $1 billion in infrastructure that needs to be maintained and on an ongoing basis and provide for our communities. On the capital funding side, the building new, we spend about $30 to $35 million a year in new construction on various facilities throughout the county. Most of that, the vast majority of that, comes through grants. We've been very fortunate to get some non-competitive grants as well as many that are competitive. We have a traffic impact fee program as well as the road fund. In fact, of that $30 to $35 million, we use about $1 million in local transportation discretionary funding to leverage that to create that $30 to $35 million. The trend is really more of these competitive grants, less flexible dollars, and that's going to be a challenge, making sure we can have our local match to build these other projects. But typically we have been able to meet most of our transportation needs over time. There are definitely not always in the same time frame we would like to build them in, but I think all in all we've been very, very fortunate. Much more difficult on the maintenance side. That's again where our flexible dollars go. We spend about $16 million a year maintaining this roadway network, over 1,000 miles of roadway. It's about $15,000 per mile of roadway. That's a 15% reduction from what we've been doing in the past, minimum 15% reduction. And there's constantly fund sources that we are losing, that are being reduced either by the state or the federal government. All of that money we use, or the vast majority of it we use, is really on our base maintenance. That's our pothole patching, the crack sealing, the things that if you don't do that, doesn't matter what else you do, your road's going to fall apart. What has suffered in the last, since the beginning of the recession, really is our seal program and our overlay program. Our seal coats, whether they do chip seals, slurry seals, used to do about 90 miles a year. We're lucky to do now about 30 miles a year. And that 30 miles, really the only roads we're doing these days are those roads that are contained in county service areas, places where individual property owners are paying an individual parcel tax that is only to be used for maintaining the roadways in front of their houses. On the overlay side, we used to do about 10 to 15 miles of overlay. Since, starting this summer, we're actually doing 0 miles. And that is kind of the future trend with the amount of funding and the resources that we have available. And most of the resources we do have available for that are associated with the gasoline tax, which has been redone a little bit by the state to ensure that it doesn't keep up with inflation, to ensure it's level, and really the state takes the inflationary portion to use for alternative programs. So for Public Works moving forward, we're really focusing on strategies of how are we going to maintain what we have. During this budget year and future budget years, we're going to be talking about how we prioritize what we do. But moving forward, we'll be looking for those opportunities and ways that we can do more of those what we call mid-level maintenance types activities, our seals and our overlays. And so with that, unless there's some questions for me, I'm going to turn it over to Jerry of Administrative Services.
I see no questions. Thank you, Ken.
Good afternoon. Jerry Gammas, Director of Administrative Services. And I decided to use a little technology in my PowerPoint rather than just flashing it up there. So I'm going to see how well I do here. The role of infrastructure as defined in this slide is enhancing and streamlining services through the use of information technologies. In today's digital world, county governments can no longer effectively operate without computer-based information systems. Basic county services such as justice, public protection, health, library, social services, public works, and general administrative services depends on these systems. Your board's commitment to maximize the utilization of existing resources by giving careful consideration to the way we conduct county business and by providing the necessary support to meet the demands of existing and emerging technology platforms and applications was demonstrated with the adoption of the IT strategic plan back in November 8, 2011. So my presentation is really centered around that because it's actually a very fresh approved plan. Information technology solutions must continue to be planned, managed, and deployed with the same care and consideration as our roads, building, and staffing resources. A lot of times folks think of information technology as just behind the scenes, but truly it's taken on a new importance in government. However, independent of any future funding or prioritization for the deployment of new IT solutions, the county's current investment in information technology systems must continue to be maintained and upgraded on an ongoing basis to meet the needs of our user departments and county residents while fostering a strong economic foundation for the delivery of county services. Existing county systems require a commitment of resources for ongoing maintenance as well as mandatory periodic enhancements. This is where the technology happens here. Placer County's long-standing goals and priorities for improving service deliveries through the use of information technology date back as far as 1989 with the adoption of the county's first IT strategic plan. Since 1989, the county has made significant progress on the successful deployment of information technology solutions. This slide represents some of those projects that your board has supported over the years. Historically, the maintenance of county existing information technology investments must continue to take precedence over new technology initiatives. Today, many organizations struggle to keep data network infrastructure current due to high cost of equipment and rapidly changing technologies. Outdated IT solutions can limit the benefits of information technology and impact user department and county residents. The Administrative Service Department maintains a comprehensive capital replacement plan for the county's enterprise data network. However, it is critical that a reliable funding source be identified and maintained to support the initiatives within the IT strategic plan. With your board's adoption of the strategic plan, several initiatives, including future investments in technology replacements, were identified to ensure the county's continuity of operations. The plan articulated priorities and projects by county functional area with a focus on meeting existing needs, while identifying opportunities to streamline county services deliveries through the use of information technology into the future. Many county departments, however, fund ongoing information technology maintenance costs within the constraints of their annual approved operating budgets. Information technology projects do not generally have an identified funding source. Information technology projects that do not have an identified funding source are those for new technologies or requiring major upgrades. For example, projects such as the countywide radio project, the county's financial and human resource systems, those are not included. They don't have a funding source, but they are included now in the IT strategic plan. I went too far. Although the strategic plan outlines and defines key objectives, additional analysis by way of feasibility studies and RFPs are needed to incorporate likely capital costs related to new IT projects. Existing plans will require updates to include additional information related to capital and maintenance costs, with special consideration given towards projects with a strong economic foundation for the delivery of county services. As your Director of Administrative Services, the most challenging aspect for this department over the next several years will be to successfully coordinate the implementation of any new initiatives while ensuring the county's current technology systems are appropriately maintained and comply with all state and federal mandates. With that, unless you have any questions, I can turn it over to Rui for his presentation.
I see no questions. Thank you, Jerry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Rui Cunha, Assistant Director of Emergency Services with Placer County. As your board is well aware, Placer County contracts with CAL FIRE for fire service. One of the county's responsibilities in that contract, as specified, is to provide both infrastructure, apparatus, and equipment for the CAL FIRE employees who fundamentally provide that service. So what I'm going to talk to you about is that infrastructure that is the backbone beyond the CAL FIRE employees that provide that service. Placer County Fire's specific responsibility in relation to providing infrastructure is related to, one, providing the requirements, and then oversee the build process for both stations as well as apparatus as needed in the system. The county owns all the stations. The county owns all of the equipment as well as the apparatus. Additionally, we're very involved in maintaining the buildings as well as maintaining the apparatus and equipment, and we do fund that in operations within the fire system. Obviously, we do that with a purpose. The physical location of stations, as well as the apparatus that we have and the apparatus mix, as well as the equipment that we have, all of that is designed, one, to maximize positive outcomes as it relates to life safety issues for the fire department, and then additionally also to minimize property loss within the fire system, property loss, inventory loss, whatever it happens to be for the various communities that we support. Historically, the Placer County Fire System has relied very heavily on multi-year interim solutions to fire stations. We continue to do that, and I'll give you a short snippet on some of the successes that we've had in that area. We have replaced frontline engines, the engines that are the primary engines that are leaving our stations on a day-in and day basis. We've replaced those stations or those engines new. What we've done, though, is we've trickled those engines down to community volunteers as well as reserves to minimize the costs of those specific apparatus that don't get out of the stations as often as our frontline engines. We have been successful in finally getting all of the remainder of our 1970s vintage fire apparatus out of the system. So we no longer have any 1970s vintage equipment. Our oldest piece of equipment is the ladder truck, which, as your board is aware, we're replacing that, in fact, this month. We do have a fair amount of deferred maintenance, especially on our community volunteer stations, and most of that deferred maintenance is aesthetic. As a historical approach, anything that we have, any kind of outage, significant outage that would affect the living conditions or working conditions in and around the station, those are maintained, and we take care of those as they occur. Things like a septic outage, things like issues with a roof, those types of things, those are taken care of immediately. However, there are instances, certainly with some of the stations, where there clearly needs to be a new paint job or new work done on the outside. The firefighters do a lot of that on their own, and they do a very good job at it. But there's always more that can be done with all of those stations. Currently, our staff stations are in pretty good shape, and I'll show you some pictures here in just a second. Our volunteer stations, as I mentioned, need a little bit of work. I don't see any change in how we are dealing with maintenance. Fundamentally, we will constantly work on the critical outages. There will be deferred maintenance as the budget allows. We do rely more and more on grant funding, and we're looking for those opportunities at every chance that we get, and we do look for opportunities to leverage the limited funding that we have in that area. Some of our primary successes, working with facility services, I think we've done a very good job over the last few years during the time when the economy has been down to make some significant progress on stations and to break the mold a little bit on what a fire station looks like. This is Station 70 off of Wise Road, ultimately a home that we purchased on 5 acres. It had an existing barn. Facility services was very significant in working with the fire department in making this happen. But what we have is we've got a station that's going to last us for 20-plus years, and even more than that, a station that if at some point we do decide needs to move, will still have value, will have saleable value that, quite frankly, will make money on this station over time. Others, the expansion of the living quarters at Station 180 on Atwood Road. We had firefighters that were living in the upstairs of the apparatus bay for years and years and years at that station. We put in modulars adjacent to the existing modulars, very inexpensive, and fixed a long-term shortfall at that station, and did it in a very inexpensive way. We also expanded Station 100 down in Dry Creek, expanded the apparatus bay, also did work on the interior of the building, and a number of other modifications, added a water line that extended a water line to the station to improve the water that's coming to the station, added fire hydrants along the way, and so fundamentally made improvements certainly for the fire station with that. And this is the new Truck 180 that the board just gave authorization for us to purchase. Truck 180 is being purchased from Presidio Monterey. And again, of course, it won't say Presidio Monterey when we take it, but this is a 2009 ladder truck, 15,000 miles on it, and it's replacing a 32-year-old ladder truck that, quite frankly, has well outlived its utility. So those are a couple of the successes that we've had. Subject to any questions that you might have of me, what I'd like to do is hand back to Graham, who will finish off the presentation.
Thank you. I see no questions from the board. Thank you, Rui.
Thank you. I will get straight to the punchline relative to where do we go from here in the context of our budget reality in terms of recognizing both the needs related to infrastructure, but also the reduced funding that's available. Also understanding implications related to the dissolution of redevelopment agencies, which continues to evolve, and following attrition over the last several years, there is some diminished capacity relative to meeting some of the funded work. Some challenges certainly to work through. From a solution standpoint, having a broad countywide approach related to infrastructure, focusing priorities on those areas with the greatest investment level return, recognizing what's out there relative to economic development that could be coupled with meeting our infrastructure needs in terms of getting the best bang for the buck in how things are structured, and aligning to the 5-year budget strategy to the greatest degree possible, which we'll talk about in just a moment. With that, this is one of perhaps a number of steps related to infrastructure, a more comprehensive, collaborative approach to it, and we are requesting board action to authorize the CEO to form a county infrastructure investment committee where we would continue to analyze infrastructure needs and funding, developing criteria to prioritize existing and future infrastructure-related projects, including leveraging opportunities within that mix. And the second part of that is relative to directing staff to develop an infrastructure funding plan that we would work within the criteria developed by this committee and within the broader context of the budget framework that would result in recommendations that would be brought back before your board. And with that, I would turn it back over to you.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Euler.
A question perhaps for, to start with Jerry. Yesterday's story in the Bee in regard to the California Supreme Court decision absolving charter cities from having to pay prevailing wage on projects locally funded. I didn't see any mention in the story about charter counties, but wondering if you have a thought on that and how, since we're having this conversation about infrastructure, how that might play into this conversation.
Unfortunately, charter counties don't have the broad municipal powers, authority that the cities have. So those decisions generally don't apply to charter counties, which are powers are restricted to the structure of the government.
State. Okay. I was afraid that was the answer. I figured this was the best context to ask. Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant,
You good for comments now as well as questions?
bring it on.
I'm good with recommendations, so anybody's going to make a motion. But a couple of comments. One is, I don't want us to spend a huge amount of money doing an exotic analysis, but I'm thinking of this mostly because of Ken's comments about this inflationary increment that will now be diverted to the state. You know, essentially, in my view, we are seeing the same impact as a result of the dissolution of redevelopment agencies. And in both cases, I'm thinking the really untold story there is that there are funds being squeezed out of local government that would be invested in long-term assets, but are being used, diverted to the state so they can, my words would be, continue their current lifestyle. So I'd like to know if we have kind of a handle on that in the long run, because as times get better, which might take a while in this economy, things will, though, turn around, and I don't see the state being positioned to give us back those kinds of increments, either with redevelopment agencies. So we're going to be permanently taking monies that were being invested in long-term assets, yielding long-term returns, so that the state's operational budget can stay closer to what it historically has been. And I guess I'd like some thought about that at some level anyway. Secondly, and again, thinking of the longer-term implications. When I was new to the board a few years ago, Rick Dondro actually educated me on, like, if you take a road and it has a 100-year life cycle, there is a cost schedule, I guess, an engineering type of notion that to maintain that road at a quality level at the lowest present value cost of it over 100 years, you cannot afford to defer maintenance for certain periods of time, because the road deteriorates down to a level where the new investment in to just get it to where it was before it got to that level becomes more expensive than ongoing maintenance at some level. And, you know, I'm good, Jim, with things like deferring a roof job for a few years. I think that's wise during times like that, particularly in this economy, you know, startling economy, so we need to get our feet back underneath us. But I'm not one, from a policy perspective, to just defer maintenance generally to make our budget processes easier and hand over a position to some future elected 10 and 15 years down the road. So if staff recommendations are to not do extensive deferral of maintenance, we're going to have to bite the bullet, fund that into our budget, and live within our means totally, and not just kind of hide all that. So those are my comments and requests for any additional information at some level that I think would be useful for us in our longer-term financial planning.
One quick comment back to that related to the funding implications from the state is that clearly is reflected in the diminished tools we have available related to infrastructure. And as we would move forward in terms of the Infrastructure Investment Committee and the development of a funding plan, I would think it's critical to ensure that the current rake-offs or redirects related from the state and potential additional risks down the line are reflected in what would be a sustainable funding plan. So that we should recognize the state dollars that we receive today that can be used towards infrastructure, but also identify levels of risk associated with those as we're working through a funding plan, so that there's at least some awareness as to how far we can go on our own, to the extent that there's a yet another rake-off that comes from the state on some of those, to the extent that they're not constitutionally protected.
Well, not seeing any other lights on, I just want to mention that I'm glad to hear you say you don't want to defer something to boards 10 to 15 years down the line. It's nice to know you're going to be with us for three more terms, Robert. Glad to hear that. I did have a question on the Infrastructure Investment Committee. What do we have in mind for the makeup of that?
There are a number of departments that are currently involved in infrastructure. You've heard from a number of them today, and we've talked about, and the staff report lays out, also economic development as a relevant component, which would also tie into CEDRA in terms of the full package of that. We have had this whole memo and discussion has occurred in a very collaborative way between all the departments that you've seen here today and some folks outside. And the committee would largely reflect that as we move forward on a more comprehensive approach to infrastructure, development of prioritized criteria, and then move forward on the funding plan with that body and the others that I mentioned. That would be the concept as we move forward.
Is there an intention to include treasurer, tax collector, auditor's office, and any of those pieces of the county?
That's a very good question. The way we have an existing finance committee that we've actually vetted this item with prior to bringing it to the board, and that we've used that for vetting funding plans that are infrastructure related, such as the capital facilities financing plan is developed through the finance committee to ensure that there's input into that process into that product from the auditor's office and the treasurer tax collector as well. And so as a funding plan is developed here, that same course would be used to bring that to the finance committee for discussion and final development of that product.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board? It's the pleasure of the board. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. We will move to our 5-year budget strategy presentation, and then we will move to lunch and closed session. Move approval.
Move approval. I will move through this as quickly as I can. The 5-year strategic budget model is a product of a March 27th board discussion relative to where we're at in terms of revenues and expenditures, where we may be headed there, and what some of the challenges may be. And so out of that discussion came direction for staff to develop a multi-year implementation strategy to the budget and financial policy, and in doing so to develop some options relative to a strategic approach to ensure a sustainable operation as we move through the next several years. And so that's exactly what we will work through this afternoon. So the budget and financial policy is our one of the primary tools in terms of the framework for approaching short-term and long-term budget and financial operations within the county. Initially put in place in 2003 and was updated by your board last year. This includes such things as using one-time revenues for one-time purposes, maintaining a conservative approach to the budget to ensure that there's a sustainable operation and we kind of mitigate peaks and valleys from a budget and operational standpoint, preparing for economic downturns because we do know that they will occur. We're on the tail end of one as we stand here today. And that includes putting dollars in the general fund reserve and also ensuring that we have a strategic approach to new revenues in a way that enables the greatest level of sustainability of the county operation. And to do that requires first checking in with, well, where are we overall in terms of our fiscal operations? And from a broad perspective, it's the prior board actions, the recent board actions, and the county financial policies that have really averted the potential for significant service and staffing impacts. And that has been a number of difficult decisions made by your board and the boards before you, and decisions made by department heads and really all county staff relative to stepping up in a remarkable way over the last several years. So it's certainly been a team effort to get us to where we are today. As we look forward, we find the revenue picture looks a bit more on the positive side, so it's no longer going down, beginning to go up. And our central challenge is, as those revenues tick up, facing cost drivers that are growing at a faster rate. And that impacts the general fund and the public safety fund, and we'll talk through exactly what those numbers look like. So I won't spend much time on this, on the assumptions built into the model. They're laid out pretty clearly in the staff report. Simply reference that all known costs as of today and those that we anticipate moving forward are incorporated into each of the 5 years within the model, and the same is the case relative to revenues. The property tax revenues in particular, which is the county's largest discretionary revenue source, are anticipated to begin ticking up, and will at the same time be faced with a positive dynamic of some department-specific revenues going up at an even faster rate, particularly those that are tied to sales tax. So the bottom line here, and really throughout this entire model and approach, is that it will continue to require strategic fiscal management to ensure a fiscally sound, fiscally healthy, balanced operation. So this I refer to as our bold chart in terms of property tax, and you can see exactly what's occurred relative to the economic downturn, where property tax declined at a fairly rapid rate. We currently sit at the bottom of the bowl relative to 12-13, and as we move forward, you can see some improvement relative to property tax. I will note that the 4% assumed increase in that final year perhaps might be a bit optimistic, and so we'll need to check into that and refine that as we move forward. Also, this reflects the economy being rebenched, in that we go 5 years out and our property tax revenue with the growth ends up really where it was in 2009-10, and still quite a bit below what it was in 8-9 and in 2007-8 before the downturn. And so that's occurring at the same time that the cost of the operation, when we get to that final year, will be significantly more than what it was back in 2009-10, just based on the normal cost drivers that are incorporated in. What we have not included in the model are those things that are outside basically status quo operations. So Middle Fork relicensing related revenues, changes that may occur relative to economic development related activity, whether driven by the private sector or fueled through some incentive on the infrastructure, county infrastructure side, or new costs or challenges that may arise, such as what Robert referenced in terms of, Supervisor Wygant referenced in terms of the infrastructure item and the state taking more of our dollars and reprioritizing them to balance their own budget. The general fund model on the whole, there are two rows that are most relevant to consider in this table. The top row, which outlines what we anticipate relative to a fund balance carryover to ensure that we have a balanced operation, or to get closer to a balanced operation. And the bottom line, which shows deficits in the next 5 years, which sort of peak and then come down a bit when we get to 16-17. And what's important here is the perhaps optimistic projection related to the property tax in the final year, and the reality that our ability to continue to produce the same level of carryover fund balance is diminishing. And as it diminishes, it could put pressure on our ability to be balanced beyond what you see reflected in the chart over the next few years. Within that model, we have the one-time cost for ongoing operations. It peaked in 2009-10, has come down and basically plateaus through the period under the existing approach. And the same is the case relative to the general fund reserve. And to meet that 5% budget and financial policy target would require $5 million above and beyond that $13.1 million flat line that's displayed. From an option standpoint, as laid out in the staff report, reprioritizing the equivalent of half of new ongoing revenues within departments is a concept, an option that's outlined in the memo. Prioritizing unanticipated general fund carryover balance to further meet the budget and financial policy, reduce potential deficits that may exist, and fund other one-time priorities such as infrastructure. Reducing vacant funded positions, and there's a specific target that is in the staff report. The bottom line of that basically takes existing vacant funded positions as of today and would phase them out over the course of the next 4 years. And certainly other options relative to identifying other cost savings or alternative service delivery models that could further contain the costs that are occurring over the next few years. As we transition to public safety, balanced in 12-13, and the challenges that exist there are similar to the general fund side, whereby the cost drivers are growing more quickly than the revenues. Layered on top of that is the unique public safety cost driver in terms of Measure F. And there's some downward pressure on the ability to generate fund balance there, similar to the general fund, which is a critical component in terms of balancing that fund on an annual basis. When we look at the table, what we see is that we have revised down the anticipated year-end carryover fund balance to about half of what is needed in 12-13, or what has been produced for 12-13. And with that, there are deficits that you see on the bottom line that are growing each year, which is just a function of the revenues not growing as quickly as a number of those cost drivers within public safety. You've seen this before. It's referred to as our lifesaver chart. To the left of the white line is the history that leads up to the 12-13 proposed budget, and to the right of that line includes the projection period. What's most relevant that highlights what the challenge is that down below you'll see the breakdown of individual revenues, which generally, there's some going up and some going down, generally offsetting each other. And up above, there's a total revenue line, and above that is the amount of the gap relative to having a balanced budget each year. And there's been carryover that's been used in each of the years that are displayed on here. The change is the degree to which that would be needed in order to ensure a balanced operation. So options for sustainability on the public safety side include transitioning to reducing the reliance on that fund balance carryover. To the extent that there are unanticipated fund balance carryover that is created, setting that aside for future public safety related priorities, particularly those things that are one-time in nature. And there are certainly potential operational impacts of this transition to ensure that the revenues and expenditures are in alignment. There also is certainly the option of increasing the general fund contribution. It has been maintained flat for public safety and for all other general fund supported contributions within the model. So to the extent that that contribution went up, it would improve the bottom line on the public safety side, and on the flip side would increase the deficit relative to the overall general fund. And certainly reduced expenditure authority is relative to further containing costs is one way to get there as well. There are, similar to the general fund, some potential operational impacts associated with that could take the form of reducing vacant funded positions as we discussed relative to the general fund. What we are requesting here today is consideration of a 5-year strategic budget approach that encapsulates these options to ensure basically that on a multi-year basis the budget and financial policy is maintained to the greatest degree possible, that there's the sustainability of operations as much as we can do over a phased period of time. This is not a one-year plan. This is a multi-year approach. And that it would develop the guidelines that we would work through our budget recommendations on an annual basis. I would offer up that this is not a static budget model nor a static budget approach, in that our context continues to evolve related to impacts from the state, related to what our own revenues will be over the course of the next few years, what the cost drivers may be, and actions to reduce those cost drivers. And so we would, as we have historically, continue to evolve what would be needed to meet the challenge of having the most sustainable operation that's in line with the budget and financial policy. And should these options be put in place, it would result in in significantly reducing the amount of one-time funding for ongoing operations to about $4.5 million per year, and would allow sufficient revenues to be able to go to the general fund reserve for when there is another downturn, meeting that 5% minimum target. It's certainly not one that has no impact, and the memo lays out a phased approach relative to vacant funded positions or equivalent savings in terms of how to get there in a way that begins in 13-14, so that there's an ability to have a conversation to work through that as we develop what will be the 13-14 budget later this fall. And with that, I would be available for any questions that you may have or discussion.
Thank you, Graham. I see no lights on here. Am I twisting? No one has any question? Okay. Supervisor Euler.
Just consistent with the comments that I made when we met yesterday, more for the information from my colleagues in terms of where my mind is at. Number one, I think this is a very prudent and useful tool for looking forward, is looking at these 5-year cost structures that we have. Those, unfortunately, more predictable than the revenue side, but again, a very useful tool. As this board, as has been our past practice, I anticipate that staff will continue to look for opportunities to further reduce ongoing service delivery costs. We saw a great example of that today with our HHS folks. One of the things that I asked yesterday, when we do the analysis of what makes sense in terms of service delivery models going forward, one of the things I don't know if historically we have calculated, but I would like us to consider, is capital replacement costs that we incur when we either replacement costs or initial capital costs that we incur when we provide services as a county versus those services that might be provided to the county by vendors, by contractors, because obviously when we were receiving contracts from vendors, it's inclusive of their capital costs, whether it's replacement of equipment, existing facilities, those kinds of things. I don't know if historically we have looked at that from our standpoint to say, okay, if we continue to provide this service and don't take the opportunity to look for other methods, then 2 years from now, we're looking at a fairly significant capital cost in order to continue to provide that service. Typically, what I think we've historically done is just kind of looked at the average hourly cost associated with manpower, materials, those kinds of things. And I think what we're seeing is more and more these capital costs, as per our previous presentation, are a fairly significant driver for a lot of our services. So that was just what I'd shared with staff yesterday as we're moving forward with this 5-year budgeting, and just wanted to, in the interest of full disclosure, let my colleagues know that that was kind of in my mind.
I see no other lights. My comment, and Graham, we've talked about this before, is just in terms of the vacant, currently funded but potentially unfunded positions moving forward with sweeping those dollars. Not all funded vacant positions are equal. And as we heard earlier today from Mr. Nader's presentation, there's certain departments, and we can all make our arguments about what those departments are, where there are currently unfilled positions that we actually need to fill. And so along with weighing how we unfund those currently funded vacant positions, we need to look at how we fund some critical positions that need to be filled. So that would really just be my comment, that not all positions are equal, and we really need to do a very careful, close, and serious analysis of what our needs are to serve the public.
I think that's a really good point. We have the approach that what I've laid out is an aggregate-based approach, but the intent is that within the details of that it's not a blanket, that there's precision that is used to understand what the implications are of defunding vacant funded positions that perhaps have been vacant for 5 years versus those in a critical position, in a critical role, in a mandated role, in a high priority role that would continue to need to be filled. And the same approach would be used relative to retirements and the backfill of retirements, and how we work through that to ensure that there's the appropriate core staffing in order to meet our minimum obligations within a high-quality service delivery model, and then hopefully move beyond that as we move forward.
Thank you, and I really wanted to tease that out as part of this requested direction, that it is not this sort of just blanket approach, but that within this requested direction are those kinds of nuances that we are going to be looking at.
That's right.
Okay, I see no other lights. What's the pleasure of the board?
Staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. That is our last publicly agendized item for today. We will move to closed session, and we will report out after closed session. Jerry?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to cover the items that are listed on the agenda on page 5, item 16. There's 2 matters of existing litigation, Harris versus County and Scooters Pals Rescue versus County, and 2 matters of anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. And there's an item entitled Public Employee Appointment to County Council.
Never heard of it.